I wonder how long it's been since my brother and I began to see things other people can't see. My big brother, he was so sweet and kind. He was the only one I could open up to about these visions. After our mother died, he was my only family.
So this is Himuro Mansion.
My brother was in search of someone. Junsei Takamine, a famous novelist, and a man my brother was very indebted to, disappeared while researching a book. When he told me that he got a lead on Mr. Takamine's whereabouts,
Oh shit, hello. Hello, Rose Gold Boy. Hello, Syrup.
like he was going far away.
I call the Fatal Frame games Ghost Paparazzi. Oh yeah, it could be like that, yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't have said anything. True. Actually, today I wanted to actually stream, but I had the contemplation of not streaming today as well, so I was like, maybe I should stream today. Maybe I should actually complete this game today if I can. Because I actually was halfway into this game, so we're gonna start it off, or we're gonna continue on playing this game anyways, because, you know, I'm really interested into the, oh yes, that is hot, second night, demon tag. I remember playing this game, but I don't know if I don't know where did I actually stopped off the last time I played this game. I only know that...
Give it back!
Oh shit, he disappears with the fucking... What the fuck? He disappears with the item. But yeah, like, I played this game back in 2018, never finished it, gone halfway, and now I'm gonna try to actually finish it. Because, you know, it is what it is. And it's like one of those games that I need to finish playing. Because it is what it is. It is a scroll. Yesterday I finished night 1, I think, and then this one is night 2. So, yeah. And also at the same time, today is the GDQ Games List Day. Gonna be fucking nervous about it, but, you know, we'll see how it is. But anyways, a scroll shows in the picture. It looks like a picture of Demon Tag. Oh, we're gonna play Demon Tag. This game looks cool. It is one of those cool games that I actually, like, I knew about it a long time ago, but I never bought it because it was too expensive for me. I still haven't bought the game anyways, because what I'm playing right now is on a USB drive that is put into the PS2, like a hardware thing. So I have, like, hardware thing on my side. But I also want to upgrade my camera real quick. I think I'll upgrade it to the whatever damage thing later on. But yeah, this game is like it looks cool already. But yeah, Mafuyu? Mafuyu? Isn't that the person from Fatal Frame 5? Is it? I don't remember. The only Fatal Frame game I've played is actually Fatal Frame 5, and that's about it. But you're telling me you can download PS2 game on yeah, I put it on a USB, and then you need to mod your PS2. If you mod your PS2 to have please hit me with the head with the bat. Oh shit. Fate defend these nuts. Oh shit! Fate defend these nuts. If you actually mod your PS2 to have is it OPL? Open PS2 loader, I think. Yeah, OPL. And then you have a USB drive. You can put ISOs in a USB drive and play it on hardware. On the PS2. So I put this game on hardware on PS2 because I want to play it on hardware anyways. I don't want to play on an emulator, okay? Technically, I'm playing this on emulator, but you know, I don't have the money to actually buy the game, so I'm playing this on hardware, but in an ISO form. And I'm hopefully gonna play other games as well, like Kuon, Hunting Ground, Real Rose, those kind of games. Anyways, how are you guys doing? How are you guys, Metal, Touchweed? Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah. So you can totally download the ISO, put it in a USB drive, play it on the PS2 as hardware, but you do need to mod your PS2. PS2 legit, Dustin, true. So yeah. Anyways, I must have been passed out. I'm afraid it's too late to help Mr. Takamine. If only I had come to sooner. The spirits in this mansion are very powerful. The force behind this curse must be here somewhere, and I must, I'm going to start looking for it right now. Right now. She's doing it right now. This thing is glowing. Oh. Uh-oh. Spirit stone. Still more spirit stones that I have not known what to use it for. I mean, need a sleep. Well, I mean, you can always use my channel to lurk and then slowly go to sleep while watching my streams. I don't mind. Oh, it's a peonage. Hey, sis. Am I still in the same place? I'm technically in the same place, though. Yeah. Okay. So I need to open this door up. The child went through it. It's a place to hang a scroll, so I need to find a scroll sooner or later. Is this the same thing? Yeah, this is the same thing. A row of red dolls covering their eyes with their hands. Ooh. Here we go, channel points. Can you also do the same with Wii? I think so. But you do need a whatever it is. Hold on. Let me find out what it is first. So here's what it is. So if you're trying to go for a Wii, or if where's my webcam? There we go. If you want to try to go for wait, hold on. Where's my... Oh, yeah. If you're gonna try to play any kind of like PS2 ISO games, just use this. Just use like one of these. I don't know if you can see it. It's very small. Hold on. Phew. Okay. Just use one of these. It's a USB drive. You just use one of these. You put the ISOs in, and then yeah. But you do need to mod your. You do need to mod your PS2. I think. Yeah, you do need to mod your PS2. So that you could have like some kind of files inside here. But if you wanna use your Wii, if I could actually plug this back into my PS3 real quick. If you wanna use a Wii, you have to use these. These kinds, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Is it? Yeah, you have to use one of these, I think. I don't think there is a USB drive for Wii. Yeah, there's no USB drive, so you have to use these, yeah, SD cards. So you have to use SD cards, so that you plug in, to the Wii, and then you can actually mod your shit from the USB. No, from the SD card. That's what it is. But you do need an SD card reader. The way on how I do it is that my laptop has a SD card reader. So because I have a laptop that uses an SD card, I can use this to I think mod my games. And that's how I actually mod a few of my consoles. I do have a PS3 that I mod Yeah, I do have a PS3 that I mod. PS3, PS2, Wii. My Xbox 360, I don't want to mod. My Wii, my Switch, no modding. Oh, my PS TV as well. PS TV I do mod because what console fits the SD card? Wii. I think it's just Wii. Yeah, it's just Wii. So PS2, PS TV, PS3, and a Wii. So that those four are the consoles that I actually mod. Xbox 360, no, I don't want to mod that shit. PS4, I don't want to mod because here's the thing about PS4. I have PT, so I don't want to mod my PS4 because of PT. And then I have a Switch, which I don't want to mod. And that's about it. Hey Nico, is this where we meet to when we want to cry later? Sure, because GDQ Games List is gonna come out. Sure, I mean, why not? How you doing, Nico? Hope you're doing well. Yep. Yeah, no problem. If you need any kind of videos, sure, but like, you do need. I don't know about the videos, honestly, but yeah. I kind of got my videos through, would I put my videos on? Oh, no, someone actually sent me the videos and stuff like that. Doing better later, hopefully kind of angsty. Horse doesn't get into Saw. I kind of hope that I get into Saw though. I kind of hope that Nico gets in with, was it Steel Rising? I kind of hope for that. So if they don't take me in, I'm alright with it because, you know, Copium. They only taking like 150 runs. But there's gonna be a lot of opportunities to actually like come around, I guess. Whoa! Okay, yeah, this is the part where I'd never seen this before, so yeah, okay, cool. I don't think I've seen this before. Have I seen this before? Oh shit, a ghost! Oh shit, a hot ghost! Hot maiden lady ghost! Camera time. Oh shit! Fuck! Oh shit! Run away! Run away! Run away! Run away! With a big mouth for yeah. She did? Yeah. Not maidenless. We got maidens. Maidens? Maidens? Okay. So I have to go places right now. I think I have to go places just to actually find a scroll. And then that's about it. But here's the other thing as well. I don't know if there's anything new. Oh fuck, hello. My daughter. Why do you let your fucking daughter play demon tag in the first place? Like, what's the reason on letting your daughter play demon tag in the first place? Yeah, I'm just gonna let my daughter play demon tag, whatever. It's not gonna hurt her or anything. Oh, yeah, that's a demon. Oh, hold on. Burned man. Oh shit, he's burned. There we go. Turn behind. There we go. Is this bridge? Oh shit, the bridge is it's fully made now. What the fuck? Fireman. Sacred water. Oh yeah, we got more sacred water. What is this on the floor? Is that some? Oh no, that's a firefly. Whoops! It's a stupid ass firefly. Stone emitting a purple light is stuck on the top on the top of the stone pile. Purple carving. Oh shit, it's the same carving, I guess. Okay. Okay, I guess I know where to go. Firefly, fireflies is a fucking fireman and then a firefly, that's for sure. Okay. Never seen a firefly in real life. Oof. Hello, man. What's up, man? Type 37 film. Hell yeah. Touch grass! What is grass? Copium. Whoa, dude! What's up, man? Just come on the floor. Hello. Where can I go? I can go all around. Okay, so I want to go here first so I can actually see what this area is. I do want to change my type film as well. Oh wait, and also upgrade my camera real quick. Can I upgrade my camera with 6K, 18K? You know what? Yeah, go with 18K first and then the next two. I also do need to actually put... Oh shit! A boy! What's up, boy? Seems to be locked. I'm gonna go upstairs first. Upstairs seems logical because you know... I'm gonna check if the doors are actually locked in the first place. Wait, can I not go here now? Oh, I still can, okay. Let's go up. Go up. Fuck up playing. Dude, I played this game 4 years ago. I never finished it. And people voted for this game, so consider yourself lucky that it's not Last of Us. Cause RS25 got cucked again. How you doing, Xeon? Yeah, RS25 got cucked again. Because he voted for Last of Us and then it didn't happen again. What the? Hold on. Woke propaganda? True. Monk out of dark. Wow, what a face, bro. What a fucking face, man. Okay, let's go back down. Yeah, The Last of Us 2. I never finished playing Last of Us. I remember watching a lot of playthroughs of Last of Us because I was poor. What the fuck? Are you serious? Am I gonna fucking fight this thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna fight this thing, that's for sure. Where is he? Whoa, dude! Calm down, then. Woo! Dude! Bro! Stop it! Hold on. He's dead! Gone for life! Eating dinner. Alright, have a good. Be right back. While you're eating dinner. Some other play shows. Oh, is that the back staircase? That seems to be like the back staircase. Hold on. Hey, John. Hope you're doing well. Holy shit, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you have been doing well. What? Wait, hold on. What? Oh shit. Vengeance in wall. Well, that vengeance is not on the wall anymore. Which is a good thing. Oh my god, the little boy is still here. What the fuck? Oh wait, I need herbal medicine. Real quick. Oh no. Wait. Shinto, wait. Oh shit, wait, move one back first. Oh, how about 3, 6? No? If you stream in the middle of the day for me, also tired. Yeah, true. Shinto ritual blind. Oh, okay. So this is a new one then. Okay. So that's blind. Alright, let's actually go back to this place then. Because I can probably try to find a scroll from here then. Maybe. Blind Demon Ritual. On the 26th day on the 11th month, in preparation for strangling ritual 10 years later. Choose a maiden with holy power. She should be past the age of 7 years, 9 months, 25 days. Ew, yikes. Does it talk about blinding though? That is like the real question. Does it talk about blinding? Because we need it to be blinding. Nice choice. Nice choice of age. 7 years. Of course. Oops. I always think that camera is fucking... Not so go. I always think that camera is, Oh shit, that's the well. The camera is like triangle or something like that, but it's not even triangle. It's the seal? Whoa! The seal is, not broken anymore. Pretty cool. Is there anything in here? I like how they give more Type 37s. Okay, so it's locked from here. What are these candles now? There are candles lined in front of the small red box. Okay. So I guess I can use that note. Hey Dakaru, hold on. Fatal Frame is totally something I wanted to see you play. Is this your first game? This is the first game. I played this before a long time ago, like 4 years ago. Never finished it. Gonna try to actually finish this game fully. That's what I'm gonna be doing. There are some games that I played before but never finished. So, I do want to actually come back to those kind of games and actually, you know, play them again. Which is like one of these games. Oh shit! Oh shit, that's a ghost! Oh, I didn't realize that was a ghost. Like an actual ghost. Hold on. Cool. Ah! Keep screaming like that. Keep screaming like that, man. Ah! And then they die. Whoops. I keep getting more spirit stones, but you know, I don't even have any kind of bonus function for a spirit stone, you know. Ghost bitches get pictures? Yeah, man. That's how it's like, man. Okay, I probably have to read that note again. Because there's a bunch of numbers that I... There's a bunch of numbers that I need to figure out. A Ghost OnlyFans. I'll upload them to Ghost OnlyFans, that's for sure. Hey Adels. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking. Which one is it? Is it this one? No. 26 day, 11 month in preparation for strength. Oh, wait, huh? Wait, but they say blind, right? This one. Okay, I need to look at the numbers again. I need to look at that one piece of paper. Okay. So what is this? Shinto ritual blind held on the day of. Oh wait. Held on the day of 26/11? Oops. There you go. Cool. Funny to think of it, but when I played this in Silent Hill 1, I was just actually scared to death. You're more innocent. Yes. Like right now, I think like if you play Silent Hill, it's not really that scary unless you are actually like a fucking pussy. You know? Someone's gonna be a fucking pussy and they would like be scared of horror games and such. Singaporeans. Do you have any kind of Singaporeans who is actually not that scared of horror games? Or like barely scared of horror games? Or anything along the lines of that? You don't play them, does that count? I mean, in ways, yes and no, I guess. But it also depends. Do you get scared? Or do you not get scared? Whatever it is. Hello. Oh shit, little boy. Hello, little boy. Ah. Oh shit. Ah! Shit, dude. Get scared with jump scares, yes. It's actually, yo, it's Wincest, not that. Wincest, alright? How you doing, Arvich? Where are you? What the fuck? Why are you on my face? You idiot. Said it not me. True, it's Wincest, man. Actually true. Something shows in the photo. Oh shit, she's dead. Get out of here. Holy shit, is that a spider? What the flying fuck is that? That's a spider. I think I remember the story the expert team about paranormal goes missing, so the students chase after this professor. Her, I think. Oh wait, oh yeah, it's his. Actually, it's the brother. Yeah, I wonder where the brother went. True. Yeah, I totally forgot it's not a her thing, it's a he thing, because the he, which is her brother, goes into this fucking mansion and tries to find her his fucking whatever it was. Okay. More Spirit Stone, and what do I get from this one? Type 37 film, hell yeah. Oh. Where is it? There's a sound. Tormented one. Wow. Oh shit, are you fucking serious right now? Zero shot? Hell yeah, zero shot. Took no shots at all. Heck yeah. Rip to that guy, he disappeared. Let's get the fuck out of here. But also at the same time, still 7,000, which is still kind of alright, I guess. But I do need a lot more of the, whatever it is. I do need a lot more of the... Hold on, I do need a lot of the, points in order for me to upgrade and or do something about, the Spirit Stones. I should save, but you know what? Nah. I have tons of health, I guess. Famous last words, as I said, I have tons of health. I probably do not have tons of health though. Maybe if I have like the stones and such. Okay, so I can use the whatever fucking thing I got. Oh, hello. You really gonna chase me? You kinda are? Oh shit, you are! Wow, okay. Am I gonna get fucking spooked? Really? Okay, lady, you gotta wait. Alright? Until I can actually take your photo. There we go. I can now take your photo. What? Really? You fucking asshole. How did I not get you the first time around? Whoa. Okay. My eyes! My leg! Okay, now you did. I like how she just goes, my eyes, my leg, my leg, my leg. My leg. Okay, am I still on half? I am still technically on half. I'm just gonna use this real quick. Camera. 12,000, okay. My range is still pretty fucking shit, so I need to actually upgrade my range sooner or later. But also at the same time, I do want to also have the other few upgrades as well. We'll see. Maybe like the stun thing. Stun seed. Yo, you know what stun seed backwards is? Stun seed backwards? Oh, these nuts. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Here we go. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so... What the fuck is this? Wait. What? Oh. What? There we go. New area! Hello? Yo, what's up, dude? Hey, yo! Is that my brother? Is my actual brother? Yeah, this is based on a true story about the Wincest. Haha! It is what it is. Hold on. The mansion has started to change. As far as I can remember, as far as I can figure out, the ghosts are trying to pull me back into the past. The spirits are using their power to make parts of the mansion revert to the way they were in the past. The ghosts of that era are beginning to stir. Just what exactly happened in this mansion anyway? And just what do the ghosts want me to do about it? Oh no, another one. Okay, hold on. So if I were to move this one, I think. Yeah, this one first, and then... Wait. Oh god. Oh no. I might have messed it up. I don't know. Oh wait, I have a significant amount of I have like the number of moves, 7 more. Yeah, 7 more moves. Okay, cool. I do this one first? And then do this. What? Okay, hold on. This one has to still go down though. So I guess it's like this then? Wait, how do you... Okay, how do you move this up then? Yeah, now my question is how do you move this up then? This thing goes in a clockwise fashion though. So it does like this then. Ugh. What? Oh no, I don't know. My puzzling, man. It's my puzzle. I'm puzzled. I'm puzzled by the puzzles. Okay, what if I do this then? What am I doing? This is like the same thing. I'm doing like the same thing all over again. Hold on. God fucking... Okay, wait, hold on. Wait. What is this? Oh my god, okay. So I want... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I don't know. Okay. So this has to go this like all the way that top. But this will take okay, 1, 2, 3, 3 moves. 1, 2, 2 moves. Okay, so I need to bring this one this side then. I need to bring this one this side. But now the problem is yeah, the problem right now is how do I bring this one up that way? Why is it 7? I don't understand. So this one has to go, okay, this one has to go that way. Oh my god! Okay, sure. Sure. Thank you. Thank God I completed that puzzle. Oh shit! My brother!
Mafuyu.
Mafuyu! It's Mafuyu! Okay, hold on. What the fuck are you doing there, Mafuyu? Bingus and this dingus, yes. How you doing, Narukami? Wait, have I seen this place before? Is this on, Wait, this wasn't on Fatal Frame 5, right? I don't remember if this one was on Fatal Frame 5. It was... If this game was on... No, if this part of the game was on Fatal Frame 5, then yeah, I probably have seen this before. But, like, if this was just on Fatal Frame 1, then I may have seen this place before. I just forgotten about it. Yeah, I guess I forgot about it. Oh. Shiny. Research scrap. In the Himuro rituals, masks play a very important role. One of them is called the blinding mask, which is used in the demon tag ritual. 2 stakes pierce through the eyes of the blinding mask. It is used in the demon tag ritual as a blindfold. Oof. The legend goes, while the demon is blindfolded, enter the rope altar and perform the ritual. This might mean that the blinding mask is the key to the rope altar. Ooh. Yikes. You poke someone's eyes out, man. Cool. But a huge door is in the way. Maybe it doesn't seem to open. Maybe it's locked. Rituals what? Tell me! What the fuck? Why don't you tell me, you idiot? Is the rituals. What? What is the ritual? What is there? A mask of stakes in it appears on the pillar next to the door. I don't see it though. Sure. Okay, so I guess I need to find a mask then. Oh, I need to find a mask. Oh no. Oh no. It's a ghost. Ghost! Don't fuck me up yet, ghost! You fucking idiot! How dare you! I swear to God, bro! Bro! Hey, climb out the ladder, you little bitch. Hey, take a picture of you. Oh shit, turn! Okay, oh shit, okay. Can I not go up, you fucking ghost? Oh shit, the red candles are lit! Yo, lit candles, lit! Brr, brr. Did it. Dead for life. Boom. Yeah, boom. There's a tiny matchbox where the ghost was at. Oh, so I can use them! Oh, I see, so I had to fight it. So I had to fight it. Oof. Okay, we got that. We got that matchbox. Oh, good thing. Good thing that we got that matchbox. Now we can actually go back to the candle place. I don't like candles right now. I think still need a red ones are lit. Yo, red's lit, bro. Do I have health? I don't. My health is like pretty fucking low right now. My herbal medicine's only like there. And then I had to like find some sacred stones along the way, which kind of sucks. But you know, it is what it is. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh, it's behind me. Hold on, man. I'm here to take pictures of OnlyFans in my ghost OnlyFans, you know. What? Are you kidding me? How? There we go. Now it should damage you, you little bitch. Cool. Oh wait, no, one more. I need one more. Fuck me. What are you doing? There you go. Fuck, I thought that would kill it, but it didn't kill it. So that kind of sucks. Okay, now I can actually see with my camera. Oh, I still need 12k. Oops. Okay. Which one is the paralyzed? Paralyzed 20k. Wow, that's a lot. I guess I'll go for paralyzed and range, but I'm not too sure about the range one yet. I mean, range is definitely already there. I'm liking this game so far. This game is actually pretty cool. Like, when I played it back then, I was like feeling the stupid fucking shit. Like, the game is like quite hard as it is, I guess. Go pointing! She pointed! Dude, she pointed! I got her, she pointed. I don't know where she pointed somewhere. What? What is there? This thing. Okay, change it. Change it! Switch it around. There we go, switch it around. Are you not gonna switch it around? Okay, whatever. Doesn't want to switch around, but I'm gonna switch it around. Oh my god, are you kidding me? No, is it these kind of oh fuck me. Fuck me, is these kind of puzzles? Oh yeah, I did it! I did it! I'm about to go to bed, so good night. Have a good night's sleep, projector. Lights out puzzle. It was a lights out puzzle, but then I just completed it. So I was like, okay, I did it. I didn't have to do anything. I just completed it. That's it. It's a painting of the demon tag. Oh shit. Ghost! 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 Fuck! Are you kidding me, bro? I'm gonna die again, bro. I don't care about your eyes. I just care about getting my points, bro. Can I get my points, man? 5, 6, 7, 8. Take a picture. What do you mean I didn't take a picture? Oh no. Oh no, now I need another stone right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, do not fuck it up right now. Okay, one more. You just need one more. Where are you? Oh shit! Run, 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 run! Oh my god, you little bitch! I fucking knew it, man. I was like, wait, where is she? Maybe she's right behind me or some shit like that. There we go. There we go, she's dead. Let's go! Let's fucking go! She's dead. Dead for life. Okay, now I can go back here and actually unlock the door or some shit like that. How many points do I have? 11,000. That means I still need to take more pictures of ghosts, I guess. Go in, you fucking idiot. Okay, why is there a blue cloud all of a sudden? What the fuck are you? What the fuck are you? Why are you here? Where are you right now? I don't even know where are you right now, so I'm just gonna run around like this. Where is she? Oh, she's here. Let's play! Let's play! Wait, did I not kill it? Oh yeah, I killed it. I was like, wait a minute, did I not kill it? Shit, bro. Okay. When I hung up the demon text, I heard an unlocking sound on the wall. Shit, a door now. What the fuck is this door? Ooh. Oh shit, I know this place. This is the whatever place it is. Oh, what up, boy? What mirror? Mirror to that man. That's what I heard. What the fuck? Some weird ass creature just doing that and needs to mirror to that man. There's an old diary inside the mirror. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. That camera seems to have some kind of uncanny power. It can capture things that aren't even there. Mikoto begged me to let her have the camera back. I don't understand the things that that camera captures. But I know I can never let Mikoto see them. I have to protect her. Something terrible is going to happen. I can feel it. Okay. Oh shit, what's up, man? It rocked for a bit, so. Alright, little boy, where are you? I'm coming to get you, little boy. Holy shit, is that fucking... Was it like this whole time? I don't know. A scroll with a picture of flowers. Hey Shay! Hope you're doing well. A scroll with a picture of flowers on it is hanging here. It's faded and sad now. Sad. Rip. Let's go into this drawer here and see whether there's anything in here. 74. Wow. Wait, is this a new film? 14, 37, 74. Yeah, it's 74. Wow. New film. We got them new film, bro. Just had some dinner, so I'm good. Hell yeah. Dinner's good. How's Fatal Frame treating you? I mentioned this a few times already, or plenty of times. I played this before 4 years ago. I never finished it, so to continue it from the last time that I actually stopped, which was before the start of chapter 2, is going pretty well. Like, I'm already at chapter 2, it's already going pretty well as it is. I like it. Hey, Joy Boy Nika. Hope you're doing well. Can this door unlock now? Because this door is just not gonna unlock anytime soon. Okay, it's not gonna unlock anytime soon. Damn. The ambiance in this fucking place. The ambiance of the ooh, pretty fucking scary, bro. It's a clock. A cock clock. Shit, what's there? What is there? Yeah, I think this part is the part that I haven't seen it yet. I remember like finishing, like, almost finished. Oh, hello. I had to fight this boy. I had to fight this boy. Oh, no. Oh, no. I gotta kill a boy. Too bad, boy. Alright, where are you, man? What do you mean over here? Oh, shit, hello. No, get out. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, wait, hold on. I need to see this boy. Where are you, little boy? Where the fuck are you, little boy? Are you here with me? You are here with me. Dude, I flash his face. He's fucking whoop. What are you what up, you sexy piece of shit? What up, you other sexy piece of shit? How are you doing? it. Where is over here? Oh shit. Oh, he was right behind me. What the fuck? Maybe I should actually use the other film instead. We'll see. As I first play, it's actually really good. I like it. I really do like the Fatal Frame games. It's gonna be around here. I played the first game I've ever played was wait, hold on. No, fuck! I missed. Okay, hold on. You know what? Let's bring out the big guns real quick. I'll bring this out right now. I played the first chapter a long time ago. I never finished it, and now I'm gonna try to actually finish it. My first one is actually 5. Like my first. Oh, okay. My first like Fatal Frame game that I actually completed was 5. The first one I played was this one, but I never completed playing this game. Oh. Oops. Let me try a little bitch. I usually start my stream not late. I usually start my stream like an hour before. How you doing, Jason? So my usual stream schedule is usually about like either. Hold on. Fuck! Wait! Hold on. So my stream schedule is every day at like 6-7 a.m. EST. There's something shiny with the ghost dude. Mirror piece. Ooh, okay. But my streaming schedule is about like 6-7 a.m. EST or 6-7 p.m. Singapore time. So I start like an hour, I guess, like always. That's like my usual starting time. What the fuck is that? Something shown in the picture. What the fuck? Is it here? Child's writing. Isn't Mikoto ever going to come find me? We're playing Demon Tag, and she's supposed to be the demon. Did she quit? Maybe. Hey, I wonder if Mikoto likes me. If she ever comes and finds me, maybe I'll just ask her. Ooh. Damn. Ghost boy be horny. Ghost boy be horny. Played 1 and 2, never got 3. Let's get 5. I played 5 on... Yeah, I played 5 on PC as well. Are those the ropes from... back? So is it back or front? It could be the... like, the way that I... like, the entrance part, like near the entrance. Or... could be somewhere else. Horny ghost boys, yes. Ghost Oni fans, yeah. But yeah, I played this game a long time ago. I never finished it, so I wanted to actually try to finish this game for now. Or yeah, I really want to finish this game. The other thing is that I played 5. Like I played 5 when it was on PC, and I really did like 5. Other than that, like, you know, this fucking booba. I like booba. Fatal Frame 5 has so much booba. I love the game. So it required modding with a fan patch. Interesting. What the flying fuck is that? Yeah, 5 was episodic, but the only thing I liked was the booba, and that's about it. Hello. Oh shit, hello. Where is it? Where is it? Are you kidding me? I missed! There you go. Why is this ghost letting out slutty sex moans? Quite weird. She's... I don't know. She's hot, that's why. She's heated up. Like all the furries would say. She's heated. The furries always say, I'm in heat. And then you get horny or some shit like that. Copium. Anyways. Wait, what? Where is this thing? Evil woman! Evil woman! The woman is evil! Oh wait, it's here, yeah. Type 14 film. Okay, let me actually go out first, because I really want to get the fuck out of here first. Otherwise, I really can't get the fuck out of here. Holy shit, look at that face! Dude, that's like actually ghost hunting, dude. When you see an apparition, that's how it looks like. The parabola or whatever it is, parabola. Dude, what the fuck? Vengeance. Oh shit. Hey Taikiyaki, he looks happy. He looks happy. I'll give him that. He looks very happy. Very good for him. Good for the ghost. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna chill on top. You know what would have been a better place for the ghost to be at? At the bottom, you know. That way he'll be smelling a lot more, you know. He's gonna be like, yeah, I'm looking down as a ghost. Ghosts like looking down, am I right? Okay. Is it this thing? Yeah, this thing right here. Oh shit, a mask! A mask shows in the photo. It looks like the mask has been used to hang here. Ooh, do I need to take this mask then? What? No? There's strange characters on the wall decoration. There's a peg for hanging something. Wait, so the mask is not here now? Oh, damn. Oh, damn it. Alright, time to leave. Time to leave, Smile. But yeah, I only completed 5. The only reason why I completed 5 was because it was on PC, and yeah, when it was on PC, I was kind of excited to actually play one of the Fatal Frame games because I've never played any of the Fatal Frame games, or I've never finished any of the Fatal Frame games. So when I did 5, I completed it, and I was like, yes, hell yeah! It was actually really cool that I actually could complete it, could complete Fatal Frame 5. And then years later, I just, you know, I forgot about Fatal Frame 1, and then, you know, I'm back here playing Fatal Frame 1. Because I played this game like 4 or 5 years ago, never completed it. Wanted to actually complete it. Oh shit. Ding dong dong, ding dong ding dong. Some guitar. Some guitar playing. Yo, what up? Oh shit. Dong. Yo, I love your guitar playing. I'm gonna wait here for a bit. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, so yeah. I'm back. Okay. So that CU is gone. We can actually go here now. Oh no. Did I capture him? I did not. It went away. It went away. How dare it. Mafuyu's notes. It looks like the ghosts of the women with the gouged eyes react strongly to sounds. If I'm really quiet, I can get away without being noticed. Are you kidding me? Oh, hell yeah. Where's this fucking dot thing? Here. Where is my daughter, Mikoto? I don't know, man. Where's this thing? Hey, light. Where is this fucking thing? Dude, how's Universal Studios, by the way? Hope it's going well. So I do need a key for here, huh? Small safe on the chest of drawers. There's a small. Okay, yeah, I do need a key. Raining. Is it actually raining? I didn't realize it was raining. Omega lol. They got horny over some shitless dude. Hell yeah, man. Oh shit, the crow. I like how some parts of the game actually do open up the more you actually play. It's like it's blocked off from before, but now it's like, oh, it mysteriously opens up. Pretty cool. I might have to go downstairs later. Cyberpunk ass costume. Wait, what? Okay. No, no, no. Dude, don't. Fuck. What the fuck are you doing? Here we go. Almost clearly blind. Mm-hmm. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Hey, yo. Which one of you fucking moaned? Yeah, which one of you fucking moaned? Heard a moan. Shrek restaurant? Dude. Has the, fucking whatever. Weren't they supposed to open up the fucking Super Mario World or some shit like that at Universal Studios? Is that shit still open? Or has that shit opened up? Like, the Super Mario World or whatever it is. Because there's supposed to be like a Nintendo World at Universal Studios. And I would want to go back when the Nintendo World actually opens up. Quite cool, actually. Like, that's like one of the yeah, in Singapore. Yeah. So they mentioned it a long time ago, way long time ago, that Nintendo was gonna open up a Nintendo World for in Singapore for the Universal Studios Singapore. But that was like super long time ago. I haven't heard about it ever since because, like, you know, it was still in development. But they were supposed to like open up 2 worlds. I think it's what, like, one of them is like Minion World. Yeah, one of them was like Minion World or some shit like that. Then the other one is Nintendo World, which I'm pretty much excited for. I think Nintendo World is actually pretty cool. They demolished Madagascar. I heard about that. Because Madagascar had like really fucking shitty rides. Yeah, the rides they had were the carousel ride and the water ride, and that's about it. I think that's about it with Madagascar. They only had 2 rides, that's it. And now I remember, they only had like 2 rides and that's about it. Oh, hello. What? Did I not take a picture of that? Okay, whatever. Get out of the way. Sure. Oh. Oh my god, you... Oh my god, are you kidding me? Bro. I'm getting destroyed. Yeah, I'm getting destroyed by a stupid fucking ghost who's just dodging my shots. Literally dodged like 2-3 on my shots already. What the flying fuck? Oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna fucking die again, I swear. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, wait. Okay, I did it earlier than before because it's actually better if I do it earlier than before. Okay, time for me to actually use the sacred water, I guess. Protect me, God, as I attempt to back up my monster when we got the Can you even get a virus on your PC when you try to back up your mom's phone like that? Anyways, how are you doing, Artless? Hope you're doing well. Small crack. I have to unlock this door with a small crack? Because that's a... Is there like a... Oh yeah, there is. Okay. You nearly got KO'd? I nearly got KO'd, yeah. Fuck that fucking piece of shit thing, honestly. I'm doing alright. Playing this game and hopefully finishing it today, because I really do want to finish this game. And then we can go on to the next one on my Discord server sooner or later. Where is this fucking whole thing? Here we go. Go hiding. Okay, that thing is gone. Can you even go into, like, wait, hold on. Hold on just a sec. Can I go around places? Okay, I can unlock this door thing. What is this thing again? Oh, okay, I remember this place. Okay, how about going into the middle of this door? Shrine Maiden, Demon, Chosen Age of Year, Month. Oh. What? Do you mean Resident Evil 4 Remake? That's the wrong one. That's Resident Evil 4 Remake. $7,925. Kind of. Silent Hill Remake, you can always do the dog ending. That's why. For Resident Evil 4 Remake, there was a dog, and yeah, it dies. Even in the game, I guess. Which is like super copium, to say the least. Oh shit, hello. Anything gonna jump out of the box? Hello, box? Nothing, okay, cool. Yeah, I know. I know about that. That's why I mentioned Resident Evil 4 Remake. I was like, yeah, it's Resident Evil 4, not Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 has the whole dog ending, so that's the one that I know of. 20k right now. Okay, cool. Let's see what I can do with my bonus function. I can do this. Paralyze. Okay. So I can... Okay, cool. So I can take pictures of the ghosts and paralyze them, which is good. RE4? No, I'm not doing that. I heard about it. I'm not doing that shit. I heard someone crying at the bottom. They'll kill you before you take a first picture. Shut the fuck up! Ugh! Was there anything in there? If not, I would just go back upstairs again. For that, I need to know what this door is again. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Okay, I think I know what that door is. I heard that this game, like, I heard someone saying that I should actually speedrun this game or something like that, because this game is like pretty cool to speedrun. We'll see about it. We'll see about it when I actually do touch this game again, or as a speedrun. We'll see. Oh shit. Those are like trading cards. Photos, actually.
These photos. They're exactly the same as the ones Mom took. Were they taken
Camera.
with this camera?
The Obscura camera. What's this? Mikoto is missing. She said she was only gonna play Demon Tech in her here in the what? They're playing the fucking Demon Tech in this mansion? What the fuck? Hold on. She said she was only going to play Demon Tech here. Notes boring. But, you know, there's some kind of, like, information that I need to look into. Duh, you fucking idiot. Here in the mansion. You're like Larksa. Larksa doesn't read lore, and she doesn't like lore. What the fuck? I don't think she would have gone outside. She had that camera with her. None of Mikoto's 4 friends have come home either. It's as if they've all been snatched away by ghosts. It's been 3 days since Mikoto was snatched away from us. Everything has been so strange ever since we moved to this mansion. Ever since we got that camera. If I lost my sanity now too, I wouldn't have to think about it anymore. I could be free. Like says cool. Shut the fuck up! I can see them. I can see them now. No, I can see them now even without the camera. What the fuck? Bronze key. Oh, the key that I need.
How can a camera expose something that doesn't even exist?
True. I see it too. Oh wait, hold on. It won't open no matter how much I try. Maybe it's broken. I see. Maybe it could be broken. Or maybe some fucking ghost is gonna bust out of there. Bust their ass out of there. Boom. Oh shit. I need to do that. I meant to press L1. Instead, I pressed R1. Boom. Boom. She's dead. She's dead. Boom. See, Kyle, I'm actually really good at this game. Shut the fuck up. All right. Put your huge dick where your mouth is.
I came to research the Himuro family's secret ritual because this blinding mask is the key to the door.
The blinding mask.
The altar's got to be behind this door.
Told you about my condition? Your condition is like fucking D's. Found the folklorist research documents inside the safe. The mask worn by the Himuro family master is called the Mask of Reflection. The legend goes, it can become the face of an angel or a demon, meaning its facial expression reflects the nature of the one who is wearing the mask. Burger King foot lettuce? Yes, Burger King foot lettuce. Inside Himuro Mansion is the mask room, where all the masks used for the ritual are kept. And the Mask of Reflection serves as its key. Document mentioned that the mask, when worn by the master, turned into the face of a demon at the last ritual.
Why did you have to take your own life?
Yeah, man, why do you have to take your own life? That was a loud fucking jump scare right there. Like, what the flying fuck? Like, that jump scare was super fucking loud. I'm not gonna lie. Oh shit, this guy's hanged. Oh shit, mom? Mommy, mama! Mama's hanged. GG, man. What the fuck? She's wasting all the film! What the fuck? Stop wasting the film!
Mom!
Logan Paul dead body, true. Wow, it's a face. Wow, she's evil.
Why? What happened?
she's gone. Gone from existence, man. Oh shit. Photo. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, it's the mask. Yeah, I still have to find a mask thing. Oh wait, where am I going? I'm supposed to be going to the stairs. Yeah, the mask thing is the one that I had to do as well later on. Hey, Shy. Oops. Hey, Jared. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys are doing well. Show the booba or I match? Well, I don't know. The booba's not here. I can't get no booba. Well, I mean, probably the booba is gonna come later. I don't know. Let's pick it up. Are you kidding me? How do you not pick it up? There we go. Hello.
How could this be?
Okay, it's mom. We knew it was mom.
Mom.
Are we gonna fight the mom? Oh, we gotta fight the mom. Ah! I'm not prepared, mom. Whoa, mom. Oh shit. No, what are you doing? Ah! I'm getting fucked by mom. What is she doing? Huh. A roll of dolls in the ghost room. Oh. I mean, the ghost photo is the ghost photo. What am I talking about? Yeah, that's the ghost photo. 69. I'm left with 69. Very good. I'm left with 69. Where did my daughter go? I don't know, man. Can I pick this up now? Yae's Death Note. Hey, Sajik Meal. Dear Ryozo, it's all my fault. It's all because I let Mikoto Wait. What? It's all my fault. It's all because I let Mikoto use the camera that day, and now evil spirits have gone and taken her away from us. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Yae Munakata. Oh, I see. Demon tag photo. Family photo. Kirie photo. Oh shit. Kirie photo. One of the most. Yeah, one of the most. Back, bitch. What's up, bitch? Hope you're doing well, bitch. How's dinner, bitch? What do you eat, bitch? Dinner's good, bitch. Hell yeah, man. But you know what? My name is Skylar White, yo. My name is Skylar White, yo. Husband of Walter White, yo. Boom. Boom. Okay. Skylar who? What the fuck is that? Where the fuck is that? Who is in front of the back? Who is in front of the back? This one? Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold on. Who is in front of the back? What? What? What is it? What does it mean? Wait, okay. Who is in front of the back? Why am I wrong? What? Okay, hold on. They're speaking your language. Yo, who is in front of the back? What the flying fuck does that mean? That's actually a trap. What? Who is in front of the back? What? What? Okay, hold on. Which one is it? Is it this one? Rows of Japanese dolls. Wait, is it this rows of Japanese dolls? Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. Hold on. The doll that is covering her eyes appear in the middle of the row of dolls. So I guess it's the one that's covering her eyes? Wait, is it? What? Focus on the word. Okay, wait. Who is in front of the back? Who is in front of the back? Who is in front? What the fuck do they mean? Okay, wait. Who is in front of the back? Oh. Wait. Oh. Bro. Yeah, because it was okay, so I don't know if it's true or I don't know if the puzzle makes sense. They're sitting, right? They are sitting in a circle, right? and then there's one doll in the middle. That doll is always in the middle anyways. So whoever's in front of the people who are around the... Okay. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. So this thing right here. So this thing right here. You have like four of these dolls, right? Right? And then there's one always in the middle of them. They make a fucking they make a semicircle around the girl in the middle. So you have to find the one doll that is not that's like outside the semicircle or like in front of the whole semicircle shit thing. It's like so fucking weird to even say it that way. Okay. Angry mask. Wait a minute. Can go to from this side. Who's in front of the back? Yeah, who's in front of the back? Do you want me to explain it better? Oh fuck. Fuck. Wait. I didn't realize there's another fucking ghost right here. Are you fucking serious? Get out of here. Oh shit, I don't have anything. Oh. IQ is fake, super fake, copium. Okay, yeah. I have a good one, Takiyaki. But, okay, to further tell you guys what the fucking, like, the puzzle is. Like, it's so weird and stupid, the puzzle. So you have, like, a board right here, right? And then there's, like, okay, so if the thing is like this, like, if it goes like, because it's a 9x9, is it a 9x9? Is it a 9x9? Yeah, it is a 9x9. So if it's like this, like which one is the fucking, the whatever it is, right? It's so weird. It's either gonna be like, if this one's facing like this, that means it's around here. It's so weird with the puzzle. If it's like this, it's like, it's around this one. And then the one outside is this shit right here. It's just a fucking weird ass puzzle that talks about like, I don't know. Yeah, it's, I don't even know. So I was like thinking, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Anyways. It's a blind mine. Oh shit, I got touched. Fuck! Have to open the some puzzle in that. Yep. But then again, I kind of figured out because when you're doing the puzzle, right, you have to, you probably just have to read it like a few times. That's why. So when you read it a few times, it's, I guess, easy enough. Okay, now the thing is that I want to know if I could use the mask for here. If I can't use the mask. Where is... Oh wait, I can go through like this part. Can I? I guess it took me a little bit of time to like figure it out anyways, because I think when I was looking at the puzzle, or like when I was looking at people playing like that puzzle in particular, I don't think so. I think that puzzle was like, it's the wording of it is just fucking stupid, but it is what it is. The wording of it just makes everyone fucking dumb. But what I was trying to say is that, like, yeah. That's the one that I was trying to say is that, like, when I was watching people playing that puzzle, I just got hit by a fucking rope. Like, I remember watching people like figure out that puzzle, and I was like, huh, why is it that hard and stuff like that? And then yeah, I never got to figure out about it until like years later. Clue was not dumb. Clue was not dumb at all. I mean, you technically like know about it through whatever means of it. So yeah. Can I put the mask here? People overthink it? I guess they overthink it, yeah. Oh shit, is it up above? Hello? It's somewhere around here then. The clip puzzle? Dude, honestly the click puzzle is so fucking horrible. Don't like it. Talking ghost. That's a talking ghost, alright. What? Pillow with a mask hanging on it shows in the photo. Okay, cool. Hall Wanderer. Ooh, a Hall Wanderer. Sad mask is standing here. I'm not gonna take it first. I think the mask that I really want is wait, no. Hold on. Let me see what other mask is this. Mask literally said pensive face. The doors seem to be locked, but I don't see a keyhole. Okay. Joyful mask is ending here. Oh, I can go through them. Oh, I see. What? Wait. Hold on. Where is this place? This place very it looks familiar. Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay. Oops. So I think I do need. Why? What happened with the Uncharted PC port? I mean, sooner or later you're gonna make monies, right? Smile. AVX2. Oof. The masks and the significance in rituals. God damn it. The blinding ritual and the demon tag ritual are performed by the Himuro family master. The master wears a mask when he performs the ritual. This is probably to eliminate the maiden of all worldly connections. All participants of the ritual are family members, meaning the one who is sacrificed and the one who performs the sacrifice may be directly related. My theory is that the mask serves to eliminate the maiden's attachment towards her family, Gouging out the eyes of the demon in the blind ritual, a demon ritual may have similar meaning. Okay. Ghost. VOD, I mean, yeah, but like, I wanna fucking play it in English so I could actually know what the fuck it means in English. Oh no, is this a sacrifice right now? Is this a sacrifice?
What's that?
Oh shit, bro! Hey yo, let's play Demon Tag now.
My eyes!
Demon Tag! Are you fucking serious?
What was that?
Ooh, she has tits. Nice. Tits? Yeah, she has tits. Ooh. Blind tit ghosts. Yes. She had the booba. Oh shit, she was right behind me. My tits! My eyes! My tits! My hip, my back, my pussy, and my crack. There's no one here. What the fuck? What are you talking about, woman? Oh shit! What the fuck, bro? Bro! Get out of here! Hold on. Actually, my question right now is that I know my HB. I do this. Oh shit, I can. Oh, okay. Let's see. 100 Zero real quick. Yeah, man. I'm just hearing with that one guy from the SpongeBob movie. What? Who is from the SpongeBob? My eyes! My eyes! My leg! My leg! Yeah, I got a stone mirror, whatever. Sound Hill F to play with. I got the fucking whatever it is, the stone mirror. I don't have to worry about it. No worries, bro. Bro, they say, hey, yo, what up, bro? No worries, bro. Okay, hold on. Photo, mask on mirror. Okay. It's the pensive face mask and the evil mask. Is that the evil mask? The Konami teaser? Oh, damn. Copium, bro, the Konami teaser. Wait, the evil mask and the angry mask? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. The sad mask. So I think I need the Engi mask and that mask, but I had to turn this thing around and then yeah, go through it, I guess. Silent Hill F is gonna be first person. Dude, I want Silent Hill F to be first person. I think Silent Hills was supposed to be first person, but they didn't have it as first person at all. You know? Like Silent Hills was supposed to be first person. And then that didn't happen. Dude, I honestly want to see that change. If it's not like that, I'm gonna be very sad though, because I really want to see Silent Hill as I want to see Silent Hill as a first-person perspective kind of game, you know. I don't have the mask to hang on. Oh. And is it here then? Oh. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's either gonna be like first person or third person, but I honestly want to see a lot more first person. I mean, third person is still a really good thing as well, but you know, I mean, like third person in like horror games still scares a lot of people, you know. Silent Hill 2 remake is gonna fucking be on third person because why not? I mean, it's better that way. Don't care. We know about the character anyway, so don't care. What is this? Oh, it's another... okay. I like this puzzle. This puzzle is cool. Door's locked. But now the question is, put a mask on a lady, make her spread. What? Oh shit, where's this place? I felt some especially powerful energy of that woman in the white kimono. I think she's probably the one behind the mansion's curse. I have to appease her spirit somehow before anyone else falls victim to this mansion. I have to find out what exactly happened. What exactly is keeping her drawn back to this world, and why did she let me go when she had me? I wonder. Maybe that has something to do with it. The one before. You mean the mask thing? I know that the mask is not retrievable at the moment, so I have to retrieve it like later, I guess. Is it this door or this door? Is that outside? That is outside. Wait a minute. I know this place. Is this place the same area in fucking Fatal Frame 5? I remember this area. This area is like fucking Fatal Frame 5 then. There's like one fucking area that's like near outside. Okay, let me actually go this way then. Cause I think this way was the part that had the whole attachment of the mask. Is it here? Yeah, this was the attachment of the mask. Okay. Oh shit, don't overwrite this. Overwrite this one. Oh, is it this one? Ooh. Okay. Okay, there's nothing here, which is a good thing. Okay, I probably think that I had to bring this mask thing. I think. Hold on. Let me actually go through this part again. Take down... Oh shit. Whatever. Wait, hold on. Put it back on. Put it back on. Yeah. Put it back on and then just take it out. And then let me see what it does again. Right here. Door just unlocked. If I were to take this thing away. Oh. Okay, whatever. You know what? I'm still gonna take this mask anyways. Because I can just put it here first. But I think I need to still pick up this mask. And come back, like, with the mask. So I gotta take the mask anyways. Which is the door again? There's a door just now. Just don't remember what the door is, where the door is. Is it here? It is here. Okay. Can I go here? Okay, cool. Oh no, it's this thing again. Okay. Oh god. Are you serious? Wait, what? It's really chill, yeah. There you go. Hey, Kamui. Nice thighs. What do you mean, nice thigh? Strange white mask on what looks... Oh! Mask of reflection. I can't describe his facial expression. It's very strange. Oh shit, I have to fucking... Whoa, dude! Oh shit. Oh my god, okay. Whatever. Okay, that's my stone mirror being used. Oh shit! Hold on. I want to stun this thing. There you go. Suck dick. No, he doesn't. Oh, are you kidding me? What the fuck? No, 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 no. Wait, item. He tried, probably. No! No! Get out of that spell! Get out of the spell, bro! What are you doing? Bro! Stop! I am scared. What are you doing? Stop using my head to give hit. Bro, I don't want to give hit. Oh shit, wow, he actually was right behind me this whole time. Bro, why is he so fucking fast? Oh god. Ah! Oh, he's so fucking fast. Dude, stop! He wants the pussy. Definitely. Wow, he was right behind, in front of me this whole time. Okay. Wait. God, this is my last one. There you go. Holy shit. I had to use my fucking sacred water for that. I had to use a lot of stuff for that. There's a shiny wooden carving of Buddha here. His right hand is damaged. I guess I know why. His right foot is damaged. Oh, it's a puzzle. Can I get it? There we go. Left foot. Is this one left hand then? Yeah, it is left hand. Okay, cool. Wait, it seems to be locked. Oh. Oh, wait. Okay. I'm gonna try this thing. And I don't know if it works, but if it works, it works. There you go. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry, my grandma came in. But I was about to be like, yeah, I'm gonna put the mask of reflection. 'Cause I think I know what to do. And they actually gave me the mask of reflection anyways. So there's that. It's a really good puzzle. I like that puzzle. So I can go in here now. But I don't know if I still need the mask of reflection though. Pretty paper shaped shade lamp is lit. The walls are glazed. The whole room looks beautiful. Pretty beautiful. There's a mask like an eye mask on top of the glazed altar. Got a blinding mask. Oh. Mask is different from the others. Maybe it's supposed to be used somewhere else. Is it? I see something shining here. More spirit stones. How many spirit stones do I even have? I have 10 spirit stones. That means I have a lot of spirit stones then. I still have this fucking white mirror though. Manhole. Wait, hold on. So, is the mask used for the downstairs part? I think it's gonna be used for the downstairs part of it. Is it the downstairs area? Hold on. Go in front. Go here. Yeah, it is the downstairs area. Okay, hold on. So I guess I know where to go now. I think? Like, I kind of think that that mask would go there instead. Wait, hold on. Is it really there? Is it really there? I might be just fucking myself up, but we'll see. Oh, hello. What chapter? I think this is 2. What the flying fuck? Bro! How you doing, Sketch? Hope you're doing well. I think this is 2 or the second night because I don't know like how many fucking times that that ghost wanna choke you in her boobs. Yes. So. Any kind of ghost is gonna choke me with the titties, man. I think this is 2 because I'm in the second night at the moment and like I've been on here for quite a while. I don't even know how many chapters are there. Pneumonia in this game. Oh! That's how it is, man. It's like, oh! Sketch, have you played this game before? Hey, Irodar. How's the Dota 2 tournament? Okay. I don't know. I don't fucking play Dota 2. The one I'm very excited for is fucking the Counter-Strike tournament. I'm here for the Counter-Strike major that's gonna come up pretty soon as well. Yeah, I'm still in Demon Tag, as you can tell. Play never complete. Could it be ours to finish it after playing chapter 4 or 5? Ooh, I see. I'm just here for a long time, that's the thing. Because I'm very invested into the game. I think this game is actually pretty cool. Finish FF2. I finished FF5 because it was on PC. Like, because FF5 was on PC, I was able to play FF5 instead. I played this game a long time ago. I actually played and streamed this game 4 years ago. I just never finished this game because I was stuck in chapter. I was stuck in chapter 1, I think. Please don't get me. What? Okay, whatever. I'm just. Oh. Are you serious? No, no, no. Oh my god, I'm dead. Game over. Oh shit, game over. At least I saved. Yeah, at least I saved. There are no fatal frames of. What? What do you mean by that? What? Wait, what? What? Wait, what's this? Fatal Frames stopped at 2 for me. Yeah, that was a Fatal Frame 5 because it was on Steam the other time. What the fucking photo is this? What? I guess it doesn't. Okay. So I guess it just goes with the save from here then. Yeah, it just goes with the save from here. I see. Gotta revisit someday. Yeah. Like, you can actually play Fatal Frame 5 on PC. That's the only one that was on PC. Got into PC because of the Switch. The Switch release. And then I think they're gonna release 4 sooner or later. Let me check when is 4. Fatal Frame 4. Because they're gonna do another Switch / PC port for Fatal Frame. Which one is it? Yeah, this one. Mask of. Let me see what this game is again. Mask of the Lunar Escape. Yeah, that's the one. That's 4. This is 4. So this is 4. The one that I had at the time was Fatal Frame. This one, made of the black something, made out of black water. Yeah, this was the one that I played. Super hot, has nice boobas in this game, pretty cool. The only thing that I didn't like was how episodic it was, you know. But other than that, I think everything like this game is like the booba game, the booba Fatal Frame game. I don't know about. Yeah, it was released like last year, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, last year. I played it last year. It was really good. Hot anime waifu, yes. And then this one is the new one. Not really the new one, but like more of the Fatal Frame Ghosts and Ghosts, yes. Leaking life details. What do you mean? Yeah, the horse. So for this one, I think this is the 4th one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the 4th game. Look at the boobies on this one. Ooh. Damn, being a Kuma right now. Yeah, this is the 4th one. And then I don't know about like 3, 2, 1 though. I hope they make a. I hope they ever, like if they ever do it, I hope they make a like a Fatal Frame remake. Nice Bob's good game. Yeah, true. Wait, you mean a Fatal Frame remake? Like an actual Fatal Frame remake? Are you kidding me? Wow. Yeah, that's right. You simp on the floor, bitch. The pool party? Ooh. I love some pool parties. I think the graphics hold up well enough. This one? Yeah, it does, but like, you know, it could be better. It's fucking Koei Tecmo. Wait, where's... Ah! Sorry. Yikes, guys! I don't want to get molested by ghosts! Yeah, I have no meds. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, did I not? Uh-oh. Oi! Oi! Are you fucking serious? I'm dead. Bro, he spawned right behind me, bro. He fucking spawned right behind me. You died? I died. Oh shit, no. Hey, at least I saved. Smile. No, the question is... Bitcoin miner is gay? You tried to create the soundtrack in-game, no gay sound. I just do the ah! Yeah, I think like this game is pretty cool as it is right now, but like I really would want a remake because I think a remake would be better. Like a PC port of this game would be better. I have a good look. Are you kidding me? I'm doing it way too early. Holy shit. I'm using all my fucking things as well. Okay, at least that's a restart. That's a restart for how many fucking like the whatever it is. The little globe thing that I used. Yeah, it's my fucking... Is it that sound? Yeah, it's coming from my capture card, like the capture device, I guess. Because it is what it is. Why, do you not like the TV sound? Oh wait, no, you mean my grandma's TV sound. Oh, I see. Yeah, my grandma likes to listen to TV as loud as possible, so there's that. Well, I can't. Well, you want me to tell her to like lower down the volume? It's usually like that. Fucking. Her hearing is about to. Her hearing, bro. What? I died like that? Holy shit. Grandma, time to nap. Pfft. She can't heal well. Yeah. She kinda can't heal well. Maybe I should actually get the, whatever it is. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm not gonna go fourth for now. I'm probably gonna take the whatever stone it was. So yeah. But yeah, she's she kind of can't hear like well. I think I don't know. I think she can't really hear that well. Sometimes she can hear well, but like you know, she seldom has to shout. The tinnitus, man. You know how it is with tinnitus, bro. And go and then like everyone's gonna be like, what the fuck, bro? You deaf or something? I can't hear you. That's how tinnitus is like. Fuse bat. Alright, there you go. That's my stone mirror. My stone mirror. That's not for me. Alright, that's in the game, okay? Yeah, yo, it's in the game, bro. That's in the game. Okay, I didn't do anything, that's the game, man. I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, it's the game. Yo, game, shut the fuck up, bro. Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You're getting what the fuck? Ecstatic J Coyote, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Yes, horses are your friends indeed. Are you kidding me? Wow. I gave him a blowjob, bro. And I see a horse. Caca. Bro, he's horny, bro. Did I turn, you fucking idiot? Look, the guy wants hit. I don't know why. Dude wants to get hit. Whoa. Whoa, what the flying fuck? Okay, hold on. Dude's literally trying to get my get sucked. Get his ghost penis sucked, man. Did you picture any ghost pussy? Maybe. How you doing, Sigma? He really wants that blowjob. He's trying to like hold her head. It's like, yeah, don't be scared. Give me the blowjob. I want real lips and not the ghost ones. All the ghost women pussy are so bad. I just want a real human being. I need head. You need head. I need head. Imagine a ghost hit. Ah! Sorry. And a real hero. He had the best orgasm of his life, dude. 20 gigabytes of photos on my computer. Hell yeah, bro. Are any of them good though? Are any of the 20 gigabytes of photos good though, Smile? Absolutely no. Oh man. Oh man. 20 gigabytes of hentai? True. Imagine seeing a ghost head, headless, and he's asking for a head. Ooh. Ooh. That's true. That's very, very true. Twenty gigabytes of hentai? Yo! Guys. When someone has 20 gigabytes of hentai, what do you guys do? You guys have to share. Twenty gigabytes of booba, true. Damn, all the small girls, what the fuck? Kame, ha. Nah, there's no one behind. What are you talking about, bro? 20 gigabytes of gay hentai? Yo, the yaoi? Oh shit, is that a hitless person? Oh, that's not hitless. Oh. Okay, I thought it was hitless. Fuck! I don't want to do this thing again, you fucking... Oh no. But at least I got that thing. I don't care about your eyes, bro. What the fuck do you want? Your eyes? Are you kidding me, bro? Bro, her eyes, man. Her eyes. Does she? The other guy does 50% of my damage, though. What the flying fuck? That's pussy, not eyes? Oh. Oh shit, move. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you fucking kidding me? You don't see your HP? I saw my HP, but like it's not 50. It's like fucking, I don't know, 45. What the flying fuck? I had to do this thing all over again. I don't even have a place for health though. It kinda sucks. Now she have 3 holes in her face, and you know what I mean? What? Wait, what? No. Oh, wait, yeah, fuck, no. But she has 3 holes in her butt. If you know. 3 holes in her butt? What? What? Butt spot? Are you butt spot? Are you 3 holes in her butt. 3 buttholes. Oh, butt spot. Butt spot's just horny, man. Shit. I'm missing. Kill these shit so fast. I think that. Oh, you know what? Maybe because I'm not using the film, this film. Maybe I should use this film then. Yeah, maybe I should use the Type 74 film. Because I haven't been using the Type 74 film at all. Yeah, I've been using the Type 38 because I wanted to save the Type 74. Well, I wanted to save the Type 74. I have a lot of Type 38. Is it 38? Type 37, yeah. It's called conserving, I guess. You can use a few other tough enemies, not gonna hurt. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna use it on here then. So I'm gonna use it on here. It's a good idea. Good idea for me to use it on here. Oh. Can I skip this? Oh, I can, kinda? Yeah, okay, cool. What the flying fuck? How? Holy shit, she was right in front of me. Behind me. Oh, fuck me, dude. What the flying fuck? Wait, wow. How am I getting protected? Let's go! But I had to waste a lot of my fucking whatever stupid ass paralyzed thing. Feels bad, but what it is what it is. Change back. I am changing back. I wanna change back. There we go. I wanna know how many like yeah, I only have like wait. One more spirit stone and I'm done with all my spirit stones. I had to like fucking use all my spirit stones again. Look at that. Look at that mask. Oh, oh, oh. So this is Madison Zero. Actually, yes. This is Madison Zero. How you doing, Cabot? It's just called Project Zero. Like the Japanese call this game Project Zero. So technically, this game is also called Madison Zero because Madison won. Is the real Madison game, but this is not the real Madison game. This is just a zero. The Madison game. Whom's the fuck is this? Dude! He got fucking... He died from orgasm, bro. Motherfucker died from orgasm. Look at that. What's happening? What's that? I can't see shit. What the fuck? Ah! I'm gonna get grabbed by this thing again. Am I supposed to let it grab me? You know what? Grab me. I don't know. Grab me, man. There we go. Dude, all the small kids in here. Are those small kids? No, those are adults, just in the water. Yo, I got Graham. Wait, can I use my slot one? Save failed? Really? Huh, okay. So I guess I can use slot 2 then for everything. Very nice short skirt. Calamity. Side boobies! Calamity. Third night.
Mafuyu.
Mafuyu! Oh no. This place, I'm pretty sure Mafuyu went to that door. This door. Let's go. Open that door up. Let's go. Hello. What? What's happening? Oh shit. Some fucking... The flying fuck boat. Stay away, you little bitch. What you guys doing? Okay, one is dead. Still need the other one though. Why didn't she come to ball? Yeah, I don't know. Can you even do that? Double shot! I got a double shot, bro. Let's go. Double shot these nuts. Wait, how many? I got 12k, but I can't use anything at all. I think 12k I can just use a bonus. Yeah, it's like C or search. Oh no, C. It's only C. So my next oh, I can use speed. Oh, okay, so I maxed out the speed. That's good. The flying fuck. Why are you up there? What the fuck is wrong with you? Motherfucker fell down. Motherfucker fell down. He was trying to get me, and then he was like, "Yep," slammed on the fucking floor. He fell. What a fucking ghost, bro. He just like, "Yo, I'm just gonna fall." Funny ghost, man. Dude, if you ever want to be a ghost, do not fucking fall, you dumbass. He tripped. Motherfucker tripped. Munakata. He's like on top of the fucking rocks thing. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna get you right now, little bitch. And then like, he's like, I'm coming to get you. And then he falls. He trips and falls. That's like the most hilarious fucking shit I've ever seen. Oh wait, I'm back to... Oh, I'm back! Oh, I didn't realize I was back to normal. Oh, back to full health, I guess. That's a good thing, though. I'm back to full health. More spirit stones, which I need.
Mafuyu. Don't you recognize me?
Mafuyu. Ceiling down, blocking the pack. I can't see. What? What? Bro, hold on. Something that looks like a scroll among the fallen rocks. The calamity. In the year 1837, on the 13th day of the 12th month, the strangling ritual failed and caused the calamity. Malice escaped, and 1347 souls were lost. That's a lot of souls. But I gotta run away right now. Ah! Get away from me, you idiot. What? Oh shit, is this the fucking whatever it is, whoever fucking ghost chick girl thing is? Okay, Moon Shrine. The small shrine in the atrium of Himuro Mansion is called the Moon Shrine. It enshrines the maidens who were sacrificed in rituals. Inside the Moon Shrine is an empty well called the Moon Well. The moonlight shines down to the bottom of the night on the night of the ritual. The robed shrine maiden is supposed to purify her body with moonlight at the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well is connected to the basement, and only the maiden uses this path to reach the basement. According to the legend, the first rope maiden was buried in the Moon Shrine. However, no body or document were found inside. I wonder where the first rope maiden has been enshrined. Is this fucking bitch still here? I got it! I got her! I got her! Let's go! She's dead. Suck my balls. That's right, bro. Suck my balls. You're done for. She got the Sugma. Guys, what is Sugma? Guys, I do not know what is a succubus. Shit, everything's all falling apart. What the fuck? You know what else is also falling apart? Your mom. God, I've been liking this game so far. This game is great. I'm just gonna hope that there's no ghost right in front. If there is, then I'm kind of fucked, I guess. Oh my god, are you serious? Where? Okay, I see it. Holy fuck, bro. What is with this ghost? Holy shit! What the fuck? This apparition ghost thing? It's fucking all white. Bro. Okay, he's dead. White mist goes dead. White cummies goes dead. That's it. White cloud of cum. That's what it got. I know that thing from anywhere. Oh my god, everything's all falling apart. Like, what the fuck? Is it this door? I'm going to head to bed. I'm ready to be disappointed when I wake up. Why? What's the dis- Oh! Anyways. Yeah. Have a good night, Shay. God. See, I don't know when the schedule is gonna come out, but I think the schedule might come out in the next 10 hours or 9 hours, I think. I don't know. We'll see. Good luck to you too. Thank you for the good luck. Some other place shown. Wait, is it this thing right here? It is. Crushed woman. Oof, the woman's crushed. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh shit, the candles are back down again, like always. Fallen candles are all around red box and society. Okay. So it's broken and I can't open it. Hello, dude. What's up, bro? I see you. You were walking out, bro. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll come back with this part. Hopefully there's no ghost that's gonna come out. I'm back. Okay. What am I gonna do with this thing right now? Actually, I was supposed to go here, I think. And see if I could actually go here. Yeah, I can go here. Okay. Well, time to explore like half of the fucking building. So I probably have to go back to the well and actually check if there's any kind of bodies underneath. That could be one thing. Whoa, it's all fixed. Oh, I can actually go in here. Cool. Okay. Oh, I have the stone mirror. Okay, cool. So I do not need the stone mirror. If I ever need the stone mirror, then I just have to come back here. But you know, don't need it for now. Okay. Alright, let's go outside and see what other things are there in this household. Oh, what, are you kidding me? The lightning? Shrine. Wait. Is that altar in like... Oh god. That altar is like the very far in altar with the masks. I saw it somewhere around here. There we go. Yay. Is that the mom? That's the mom. Yay. Yay. There's a lot more of these things. What the flying fuck? Hirasaka. Oh shit, is that the brother now? It looks like the brother. Oh shit, hello. Whoa! Whoa! I got 2 people right here! Yo, I got 3 people! What the flying fuck? I got the triple shot. The double shot. I don't know. I don't even know how many shots I did. Triple, double. Okay, the other one's gonna die as well. Holy shit! No! No, no, no! No pussy for you, ghosts! Hold on. Damn, bro. They got way too fucking horny. Group photo, yeah, the group photo. They were like really, really horny. And I was like, no, please don't. No horny in my area. Go. Okay. So this is still a burial thing. It's nothing useful to take note of. 15k. 15k, really? 24 and 36, so I need like 50k more so I can actually upgrade to everything that I need. But that's a shame. I need a lot of fucking... Yeah, I need a lot of fucking points then. Wait, no, I need 60k, right? Or is it 50k? I think it's about like 60k. Turning Mask Man, thank you. Okay, I can go upstairs, but I can also go here first. Okay, what is this door? Oh wait, this is the altar. Oh shit, this is the altar room. This is the one that I need. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Ceremonial rope. Okay, there's an old scroll at the top of the staircase. Show the maiden no mercy. Cast the rope on her limbs from right arm, then the other. From the right foot, then the other. Hold on. Right arm, then the other. Right foot, then the other. Then the other. Right foot, then the other. Okay. Zah! Just the zah! Oh shit! It opened. Bro, it opened. Move. Teal carving. Ooh, okay. What the flying fuck? Holy shit, that guy has a samurai sword. Oh no! Oh no, he's dead. Oh no! Oh shit! Dude. Woo! Baby! That was a beheading of its own. I am not next. I am not next. No. I am not next. I don't. Can I run away? I wanna run away right now. Are you kidding me? That guy has a fucking samurai sword. Are you kidding me? I can't leave! Bro, that guy has a samurai sword! What the fuck? Bro, I have to fight him now? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Whoa! Damn, bro. Okay, hold on. Holy shit, I almost died from that shit. Really? How did I not get him? Oh shit, I don't even know where I'm moving at, that's why. That was a lot of damage. Gave him like so much damage from that. shit, I don't have any more. I'm just gonna run for it. Please don't! I got him! I got him at the corner! Let's go! Let's fucking go, man. I got him at the corner. 20k! Wow. That actually got me a lot of the, whatever it is. What's the bonus feature again? Pressure. Push goes back. Slow. See. Search. I think I only want, yeah, I only want paralyzed, and that's about it. I think the only one that I need in this fucking thing is paralyzed. Okay, let's go to the well right now. Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? What is there? What? Oh god. Ah! I knew it. I fucking knew it. Hold on. I took way too long just to find shit. Holy shit, she wanted to smother me with her boobies. I saw that shit. She wanted to smother me with boobs. Good attack though. Good attack. I would say that was a really, like, almost a good attack right there. Where? I'm just gonna run in front. What? Oh. I don't even know where. Holy shit, she wanted to get me again. There you go. He's dead. He's dead. Boom. Boom! She's dead. Boom! Yeah, one of them is like the smothering of the boobies. Look at that. Smothering with boobies. I'm gonna protect this because it's smothered with boobies. I like photos that smother, that gets me smothered with boobies. Cause I'm a coomer. Malice so lost. Is this one? 1347. Okay, let's save here because I do want to save. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Is this place? Oh. So I can't really see that inside that one yet. And I don't think there's anything else in the altar room, right? I mean, like, that Narukami shrine thing. You know what? I'm just gonna go into the Narukami shrine so I could actually see if there's anything there. Or like, you know, some kind of... no, not upgrade, sorry. Some kind of like health thing or picture thing that I can actually take. I think there's like two in like between. Like, two in the sides of the shrine. Yeah, there's one right there. But they always put one here. I don't know what's that one yet. There's a stone mirror. Oh, okay, cool. I actually got a stone mirror at least. 90 film? Holy shit, 90? Damn, bro, that's a lot. That's the one on top of me. Okay. Where? You know, whatever. I'm just gonna leave right here and see whether I could actually get the fuck out of here, I guess. Get me in. There we go. I think it's easier for me to actually take a photo from here, I think. Yo, this thing is still following me. It's following me. Like, what the fuck? Look at that shit. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck was that? Where is it? Oh, I see it. It's like above here. Oh, I got him. Wait, I got them. I don't even know it. Where is it? What? Where? Hold on. Oh my god, is this thing again? I can't even see where this thing is. Where is it? Okay, I kind of see it here. But he keeps jumping around and I don't like it. Maybe I'm just... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go in. He's wasting my time. He's just wasting my time just being outside here anyway. So it's like... it's like a shitty thing that I'm gonna be wasting my... One, my ammo. Two, my time. Three, my health. If he's gonna come in here, then sure. He's not even gonna come in here anyway, so... Cool. Oh shit, he's here now. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do this outside then. This is so... Get! Go, run! Dude, this dude is still following me. After like God knows how long. Is he gone? I guess motherfucker's gone. I don't know. Hey Janek, have we gone to the rope yet? No, no ropes. 7. I hope you're doing well. What? Hmm. Yeah, fuck. Okay. What is this puzzle? There you go, cool. Jesus Christ! These sliding puzzles are no joke. Shit, a shrine. Oh, a book in there. Okay. What is this? The mystery and the of the cabinet and the moon well. The moon well inside the moon shrine is hidden with a trick mechanism. The cabinet moves and opens up the entrance to the moon well when a certain routine has been performed. But I have no idea how this is done. There is only a vague description of the trick device. Acquire the symbols for the 4 rope pullers and show the Himuro family master's seal. This must mean that opening the door requires the symbols carried by the 4 priests participating in the ceremony and the Himuro family master's seal. However, now that the family has ceased to exist, there's no way of knowing how to acquire either the symbols or the seal. Interesting. That's outside. Okay. Okay, this is outside. This is also outside. What is this? It's a tombstone, but I don't know what tombstone is this. It's like a weird ass tombstone. I know 2 of them, I just can't remember the other 2. Yeah, I know 1 is here. Yeah, 1 is here.
Poor girl. It's too bad, but it must be sealed.
Oh my god, hello. Wait, is this another samurai? Oh god, if it's a samurai. fuck is he doing? What? Where did I get hit from? Oh no, I'm getting dragged in like always. Fuck me. How do I, like, how do I get unfocused from this thing? The ropes. What the fuck is this? Looks like a letter. Why is the letter so fucking weird? So why is the letter looking so fucking weird? Is it the one that like was that the happy thing? I don't remember what it is. Priestess writing.
Her only purpose is to die.
And also have Burger King foot lettuce. Kitty A has been acting strangely ever since she met the young guest. I do not suppose she is attracted to him. If she becomes too deeply involved with this world because of him, she may lose her potential as a proper shrine maiden. We will have to do something, and quickly. But isn't there something on this thing? I think I want to get this thing. Wait, was there anything on this? Hold on. Huh. Hold on. If I go to file. Yeah, isn't it here? Stone monument to the photo. Kablamo. Everything's all in shambles, bro. Kablamo.
Why did you become attached to this world? You'll only suffer.
Wow. What? What's wrong with you? You know something? You did throw something at me. Do I really have to rely on my stone mirrors now? Yeah, I have to rely on my stone mirrors now. Whoa, dude, are you alright? Why can't I take a picture of you? Hello? Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. I was like, I couldn't even take a picture of you. Is it? Oh, because he's headless. Oh, no wonder. Okay. Whoa, dude! Holy shit. He was headless and then afterwards like, he just stabbed me like that. Look at that. He's just headless. What a motherfucker who's headless. Got another letter. gonna rack up my points until I get like 60k, and then afterwards I can get the other few upgrades. I think the other few upgrades would be quite better. I think. I kinda think. Okay, so where do I go next? That's like the main question right now. Where do I go next? Because there is another altar like right here. Where's like the garden? I think it's the garden area. So let me see if I can actually get this thing. Is the whatever thing it is there? Okay, let me go upstairs first. Oh my god, hello. Please don't. Not now. Not now, dude. Not now. Oh, there's a safe place right here. I'm at like 6 hours in this game. That's a lot of hours. Okay. So I need to go to this one place. Hold on. Oh. There's an old Japanese doll here. Its kimono is all faded, but no dust here. Why is it? Why was it on like that? So weird. Guess this door is still locked. Is this the door to outside? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, cool. But I do want to go to. Oh wait, I know where to place this. I know where to place this. I remember now, because I really want to get this stone mirror first, and then afterwards I'll just go there. Because that was the other outside area that I probably need to go to. Other than that, there was one more area that I don't know where it is. But maybe sooner or later I can actually figure it out. They look like they're all outside. And all of them have like a letter on it anyways. And I think the lettering is just for me to actually unlock the fucking door parts of the game. Okay, stone mirror right here. Hopefully there's not. Oh, fuck me, there's a ghost. Of course. Don't you fucking dare. You try to do an attack. You try to do a spinning attack. Go fuck yourself. Are you kidding me? I got hit by that? Bro. Oh my god, bro. Bro, I'm getting fucked by spinning attacks right now. Hold on. Okay. So I'm currently loaded at on the right one. At least on the right one. So so I know where to go. I think I just know where to go. I just need to go outside. Just need to find that one little fucking thing. And then I'll be alright. There we go. So I still do need to fight this guy. I'm probably gonna use my 90 film right now. Because I don't know if... Maybe I should not use my 90 film. The only reason why I would want to use my 90 film is to end this fight quickly enough, but also at the same time I can still use my 37 film. You know what? I'm gonna use my 37 film. Oh, we'll see. I'll look into it. There we go, that's one of them.
Ritual begin. Bring along Kyrie.
Kyrie. Okay, wait. Ropes? Yeah, ropes. We did the rope puzzle already. Bondage? No, we're doing Shibari. Shibari. Whatever it is. Shibari. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Okay. You know what? Are you kidding me? I was about to do something real quick. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, wait. Run. What am I doing? Fuck it, I'm just gonna use this then. It helps me a lot, and I need it. Hey Shai, welcome back. Oh, dang. Look at how, like, hitless this guy is. I think that's it. I made chicken salad. That's good. Did you burn the chicken? Don't burn the chicken, man. Try not to burn the chicken. Gone wrong, gone sexual. You bought the chicken. Is it rotisserie chicken? Ooh. Oops. $6.90? That's a lot of money. Inflation, man. That's inflation. It was 4. Yeah, it's fucking inflation. Inflation and copium. The ritual failed. The mansion is filled with the malice, and that malice has made the master lose his sanity. Who would have thought this calamity would happen? It is all over now. There is no telling what will happen unless we find a way to close the gate before it opens completely. Who's fucking moaning like that? Can you tell that person to stop? Like what the fuck is that? Dude, it's inflation, bro. Inflation is fucked. Sorry, I'm just really excited. Cab it. No. Hey, Chompy. Yeah, this is what it is right now. Okay, Oh! I know why. I know why she's breathing like that. I know why she's breathing like that. Fuck, I just need health right now. Ogata. Yo, this guy's fucking like having an orgasm. It's like, I'm about to have an orgasm. Dude, it's fucking inflation, bro. Dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh shit, I can't go this side. I can't go that way. No! Don't get me, please. Don't get me, don't get me, don't get me. I legit do not have the right— Fuck! Okay, whatever. I was about to say I do not have the right film. This is the right film. I mean, who are you gonna blame for inflation, by the way? Which leader are you gonna blame inflation? Do we blame Putin? My cock and butt, nice. Your cock and butt. No, but my own cock. Yeah, butt spot. What the fuck? Butt spot. Be polite, alright? Butt spot, only cock. Oh, is this fucking thing again? Is it really this thing again? Okay, I think this other person is over here then. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Ritual has failed. It's all over.
Damn, it's all over, man. It's all ogre now. It's all ogre now. Oh. Oh shit. Holy fuck! I didn't. What the fuck? It's all over these. Oh wait, I didn't realize. Okay, wait. Wait, stop. Time out. Give me a timeout right now, dude. Okay, wait. Where are you right now? Okay, you have no hit. It's a lock. It looks like a fucking lock. That's a lock, bro. You're dead. That's right, bitch.
When the calamity comes, we're all dead.
Well, then. Is this fucking ghost monster still here? Please don't. Okay, good. The ghost monster ain't here. Okay, there's one place that I need to go to, and I really need to go there because of if I'm not mistaken, because there's a code there. So I want to go there first. This whole time we are trying to save someone, which is her brother. Cause her brother comes, like, her brother came into this fucking like, is that a mansion? I think it's a mansion, yeah. Comes into this mansion trying to find some like professor, and then she died. He got lost in here, and yeah. That's why we're here trying to find the brother. That's why it's like fucking incest, wincest. Fuck him and get out. Yeah, just fucking get out, sure. Are you kidding me? Whoa, dude! Look at his mouth. What the flying fuck? Okay, I'm dead. I was like, look at his mouth. What the fuck, bro? And then I'm dead. I don't want to go to album. Then the ghost in this, the ghost gets harder and harder. As my dick gets harder and harder as well with this game, because damn, this game is actually really good. I like it. The problem is that like I need to get the fuck away from the ghosts, and it's gonna be hard for me to get away from ghosts as well. We'll see. Ghosts and cameras. True. But, I mean, if you ever played Fatal Frame 5... That thing is just, oh yeah. He goes, oh yes. Give me that shit. I kind of hope that can deal more damage though. 36k. That's a lot though. Oh my god, bro! Holy shit! Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. This is a what? This is a fucking blue floating piece of shit. I was like, oh, yep, I'm dead. Okay, how do I deal with this? And where do I find health? I think that's the only thing that I need to find right now. Is just thirsty even when dead. True. Like, my only question is, how do I find health? Unless I do the puzzle, I guess. Wow. Okay. 1837, 1312. 1837 and 1312. Uh 1837, right? 1312. Okay. If it says day off, it's 1312. If it doesn't say day off, I think it's the other number, I guess. Actually, here's a quick question. I guess you could run. Yeah, I can run away from the ghosts, but the problem is that I want to go to the door where I need to key in the code. So I don't know how fast it would be, you know. I could always run away from the ghosts, yes, but you know, I don't know how fast I can key in the fucking code. Unless, you know, okay, unless I'm gonna avoid that room and just go here instead. And then just make a wrap around all the way to the other side and then come back here again. Because there's another... The weird thing is that there's another ghost here, but this ghost is actually kind of weak-ish, I think. I don't remember if this ghost is actually that weak, though. Let me try. Let me check it out. Random encounters anyway, you just bleeding HP. True. What? Where is this fucking thing? Suit up on ghost power? What the fuck? Bro, that means I have to fight this ghost? Are you kidding me? Look at that face. What the flying fuck, bro? Where is it? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Are you kidding me? What? Whoa! Okay, I do need to find health right now. I just don't know where my health is at. Get out. Get out of here. Okay. Like, there are two things that I can do. One is to run away from the ghosts, or two is to go to the alternate direction of, like, the place. Like, I hate when there's two floors. Sometimes they go through the floor, gets you. True mega lol. So I guess the only way that I can think of doing right now is fucking run away from the ghost. I'll try running away from the ghost then. But let me save here. Because I guess this place is actually the nearer place. The nearer place for both my progress and also the place where I want to put in the code. Because I want to put in the code. Is this emulator? No, this is. Oh, wait. Technically, this is hardware. This is like my PS2 hardware, but like it's on a USB drive. That's why. Wait, can I really not go into this door? Oh! Can I not go into this door? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Really? I can't go into this door? Oh no. Oh. One more? No. Ah! You can run away from the ghost, but you can't run away from your problem. No, my problems. How you doing, Rushdie? Damn, now you made her moan more. Can't believe this, dude. Oh shit. Oh. Oh fuck. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. Outside, well, stupid thing, and that. Fuck. Is this? Hold on, I need to remember what this one is. This one is the easier one. Like this one. What did it look like a lock? Which I kind of remembered. I think it's this one. Is it this one? Okay, then the other one is the lock then. So this one was the lock. And then this one's the first one then. Okay, cool. At least I'm gonna do this part first. You know. What? Wait, where? Up? No, it's down. Holy shit, that's blood! Yeah, man, bro, stop. Stop it, bro. Wait, something has been taken out from the middle. A lot of blood. I don't have heal. I don't have a heal. Yeah, I've been trying to find a heal this whole time. I don't have a heal. At all. Yeah, I'm dead, man. Do I just have to follow the blood stain? I do have to follow the blood stain. Do I really have to? No healies for my field. Yes. No heals. Satch. Hold on. What? Wait. Is it just photo? What? Something has been taken out of on the middle. That means I just have to find that thing. All I hear is construction noise in your menu sound. Yeah, how you doing, Echo? Hope you're doing well. Is this what you do for ASMR, by the way? No, I mean Echo, because Echo does ASMR. What do you mean no? Echo does ASMR, right? Smile. No, what the fuck? Is this heaven? Well, he's a whatever VTuber it is. Okay, so this one's 1837. What? Is it 1312? It is 1312 then. What a fucking. Just wondering, what do you use weak photos with just take? Wait, do you use weak photos with taking pictures? No, I use the. Well, I use like partially weak because I don't have like the ones that I need. Like I'm using 37 instead of 14. Bro! Real life furry doing ASMR, I'm dead, bro. Summing up. What? Oh man, are you kidding me right now? Bro, bro, what are you doing? I got slapped in the fucking cock, bro. Like, whatever that thing was. That moan holy. Fine! I'm just gonna do whatever it is instead. And I'll save my health. I just realized it's literally just like if you go counterclockwise, it is the fucking whatever it is, huh? Oh, this is a side thing. These are not credits. Yeah, this is like in the middle of the game. Finally, you're here for the middle of the game, Sephi. Red liquid appears on a... Okay, sure. The fucking statue had a fucking period. That's true. That's true. I was here at the start of the game too. Yeah, true. How are you doing, Steffi? Steffi. Sephi. What did I call you, Steffi? Sephi. Hope you're doing well. Steffi? No, Sephi. This is Sephi, not Steffi. Where I miss her? True. I kind of read that as... How are you? I'm doing fine. Really, I read that as when ghosts kept hugging you in the balls. I'm like, yeah, ghosts can hug me in the balls, alright. Spectral ball embrace, yeah, man. What is this thing? Fuck! It's still a spirit stone. Okay, whatever. Is it because you were asking for a cock warmer yesterday? I guess. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you at? Are you just there? What? What the fuck? Did I really have to go down? Oh man. Fulfill my wishes. They're surely gonna fulfill my wishes as being a cock warmer. That's right. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die, bro. Get out of here. Oh shit, he's in front of me. Where can I? Whoa, get out. No, I want a cock warmer. What? Oh my god, I just missed that shit. Oh, whatever. Oh god, I'm dead. I am not dead yet. Holy shit. Oh no, it's these balls thing. Oh my god, bro. Oh shit, okay. That actually worked. Where's this guy? What? Hey, where is this guy? Oh, he's here. Oh, you know, here, I guess. Hot water. Is there anything in there? If not, then I'm just gonna like fucking, you know. I'm not gonna go in there then. There's only like 2 fucking. Actually, yeah, there's only 2 fucking the balls thing, whatever the balls things are. I don't know what the balls things are. Stop dying. Well, I hope to stop dying. Copium. I keep dying, man. I keep dying every time because I don't have health. I need health. Can't find a health. Where's the health? Also, these ghosts are hard. Whatever to all. We don't talk about that, okay? We don't talk about that. Yeah, we don't talk about that, alright? We don't talk about how many times I had the whole copium of taking herbal medicine. I gonna check something real quick. I need to check something real quick. Hold on. I'm not cheating, by the way. I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. I am checking on something real quick. Okay. Not cheating. I'm not cheating, I swear. What? I didn't order fried chicken. I wanted to check on the GDQ thing. Fried chicken tastes so good. I want fried chicken, yes, but I'm not into fried chicken at the moment. I don't think money, inflation, dude. Inflation is fucking hard, bro. Yeah, man. Chicken inflated, inflation. Whatever that porn category is, inflation. It is, yeah, man. Inflation is hard, man. I don't like inflation. Cumflation? Isn't that like a porn category for that? For like whatever it is, like the furry shit. I think so. Inflation caused by furries? Yeah. I don't know why, but they do that. And it's like, yeah. Wait. What the fuck is that on the floor? Oh! Oh! Yes! Oh my god, I'm so excited! Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, the blood is right there. Blood was right there. Yes. Okay, time for me to enter, like, whatever it is. One. I got fucked! I got fucked by having an orgasm. That's the thing. How you doing, Kevin? Hope you're doing well. You don't know, I had an orgasm and it was like so good because I found that fucking stone mirror. It was so good. Do you not know? You don't know? It feels so good. Sometimes it feels so good, bro. Bro. Feels so good, bro. Okay. Oh shit, the blood.
Kyrie, the strangling ritual.
What? Uh-oh. That's right, bitch! That's right, bitch! I froze you! I froze you in your dick hole! That's right! Fear me! Well, where are you? Oh, shit! Okay, never mind. Oh! Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck, bro! That's painful. That's actually painful. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the flying fuck, bro? What? 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 What the fuck? This guy's so good! This guy is so good! Oh my god. Dude, frozen his dick hole and then he became so good. He was like, yo, I'm gonna fucking whack you. And I'm like, what? Bro, this guy's so good. I can't progress. Bro, what am I gonna do now? He froze you in my hole. True! True! He froze me in my hole, man. My hole was frozen. And I can't do anything. I wish I could have done something. The Uno reverse? Yeah, the Uno card reverse. Well, I'm back here all over again, so, I don't even know how I could save this place. Maybe I can, like, do this thing, and then afterwards save it, and then, you know, I don't have to fucking put the code again and again and again. I know, I get it. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's switch over to the 90 film. Alright, we'll switch over to the 90 film because the 90 film is gonna help me with a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. What the fuck? Yeah, you ever seen that guy who just like, yeah, baby. Yeah, fuck, baby. Yeah, baby. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, yo, I got some fucking KFC, baby. Yeah, baby. I need to find that fucking video. Hold on. It's fucking hilarious as fuck. Yeah, baby, KFC, whatever it is. Didn't know what porn. No, it's not porn. I swear, it's not porn. It's not porn. It's not porn. This thing. It's this thing right here. Hold on.
Yeah, fried chicken Wednesday, baby. Yeah, fuck yeah. We're eating at KFC, baby. Fuck. KFC. KFC, oh yeah, KFC, yeah.
KFC!
Yeah. Kentucky Fried Chicken, baby. Fuck. KFC's the spot, baby. Fuck. It feels good, man. Fried Chicken Wednesday, baby. Fuck. KFC, baby. Yeah, let's eat at KFC. Kentucky Fried Chicken, yeah, baby. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah. It's hitting the spot. KFC's hitting the spot, baby. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, baby. Fuck, baby. Yeah. KFC. Don't ask about the meme. I remember seeing the meme. I was like, KFC. Yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken over here is shit. But you know what? It still hits the spot. I still like KFC anyways. Hiding perp. That's the kind of person you see at KFC that confirms your logic of going through drive-thrus. KFC! I should actually get KFC, holy shit. Oh! Fucking Asian person, what the fuck? Bro, why is there an Asian person in here? Fuck off, bro. Dude, I was looking at a fucking hole. I was like, oh, yep, Asian person comes in. Choke slam. I got choke slam, dude. Isn't everyone in this game an Asian person? But that's a stereotypical Asian person because it has a fucking rice field cap, whatever it is. I don't know. Fucking Zeon knows better because he's Vietnamese, and he has a lot of those like fucking people who fucking, you know, he has all those like Vietnamese people who fucking works in the rice field. What? You ask Zeon. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, see, told you, Zeon knows about it. Zeon, tell them. People who wear hats. Well, those kind of hats because you know it's a fucking whatever it is. They're rice field people wear the, yeah, straw hats. There you go. It's the straw hats, bro. Not rice field people. I don't know what they call. So Viet Cong, yeah, Viet Cong. Oh! Fuck! Hold on. Viet Cong. Am I? Oh shit! I wasted my fucking. Oh shit! What a fucking samurai, dude! Holy shit! I just become a fucking femboy now. Dude, holy fuck! What was that fucking? Like he just did the whole kung fu action samurai piece of shit thing. I was like, what the flying fuck? I did. He did the whole like flip around, all around the how, what, how, what? Can we play the game as that person? No, we can't. No, we can't. We can't do that. Can't do that. No. No. We're just playing as the schoolgirl. Okay, at least I saved like ahead, and I don't have to do the whole fucking number thing again. All right, you know, talking about KFC makes me want to eat KFC now. Fuck. God damn it! I want to eat KFC now. Fuck. KFC. KFC. I want me some KFC, KFC. Well, whatever is, I don't even know how this guy sang it. It's like KFC, baby, yeah, baby, fuck, yeah, KFC, baby, fuck. God, I'm hungry for KFC now. God damn it. God damn it. How am I gonna live now? I just need KFC now. Okay. Okay, dude. Let me go upstairs and let me see if there's anything, alright? Alright, if there's anything that I can take, that's a good thing, alright? My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband's Walter. Ah! Shit, dude. My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband's Walter White, yo. Uh-huh. She's getting balls, man. She's just getting all the balls fit in her. Fit them balls in her mouth, man. These. Oh, wait, what was that? Was that? Please help. It's a fucking spirit stone! Fuck! No way. No fucking way, bro. No fucking way, man. I don't want a spirit stone. The only thing I want right now is a fucking... God damn it! How many spirit stones are there? How many flying fuck spirit stones are there? It's like that JoJo meme with the girl on the ground, the balls, samurai trunks. Yes. I don't think there's a, I don't think there's a fucking, whatever it is then. Because I've been here before. No, you don't say that! Fuck! Don't say that, you dumbass! Don't fucking say. You don't say that, man! That's rude! Holy shit, what the fuck is in here? Oh shit, hello. Okay. The white cloud has disappeared. Well, I still need a lot of fucking score. God damn it. Okay. Okay, sooner or later I could get health. Like, I swear to God, sooner or later I could get health. The problem of getting health right now is where can I get the health? I just want my health. What is in this door again? Oh shit, there's something shining. Oh! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, wait, what the fuck is that? Another one. There's another fucking shining thing. Type 74 film. Okay, cool. It's sacred water, dude. The water's sacred. Sacred water, dude. You know what that is? That's like the equivalent of like girls asking for cum and they got cum. Dude. That's it. That's what I needed. What? That's what I needed. Is that not right? That you need ghost cum? No. Where is it? Ha ha ha! Yeah, get fucked! Get fucked by my camera! Let's go! Let's fucking go! It took me that long. It took me get that fucking long. God, it took me so fucking long, Master Seal. I wonder. Oh shit! Oh shit! The seal. Easy, yeah, easy, bro. Fucking easy. Wait, wait, no, 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 no! Don't go, don't go. Don't, no, 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 no. The fuck is this? Fuck is this? Wait, 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 wait. Wrong film, wrong film, wrong film, wrong film. The seal, yeah, the seal, the seal. Move, 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 move. It's a house! Family master. What the fuck? That's a master? I have no clue what we're looking for. I know. Don't die. I'm gonna hope to not die. If I die, that's it, bro. That's it. Let me see about this way real quick. Oh shit, what's this? This is the I didn't even know it was there in the first place. What the fuck? I see now why didn't you finish this game before. No, the reason why I didn't finish this game before was because of the puzzling in the game, because I was so fucking shit in puzzling. This one is because I'm just bad at the game. Yeah, because it's health. Duh. If you get health, I'm gonna fucking have an orgasm, dude. What the fuck? Do you not have an orgasm when you see health? Like, let's say when you see KFC, bro. You get an what? How you not get an orgasm when you see food? That's how it is, man. You go like KFC, KFC, and you go, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, fuck, baby, yeah. That's how I feel, man. That's how I feel. I inserted the Master Seal as the open hole. That sounds very wrong, but sure. Oh shit! Oh, what? Oh, what the flying fuck? Holy shit, that's a fucking big ass hole. It's a hole, alright. Whoa! Yo, powder! Yo, cocaina! We found the cocaina that we're looking for. All this time, we're here just for the cocaina. A female mummy is enshrined in a hollowed rock here. The holy mirror is on the stone in front of the mummy. There's a recess in the stone. Something was removed. Oh! Holy shit! Oh no, do I have to fight a fucking thing? No, 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 no. No! Don't make me fight, don't make me fight, don't make me fight! Oh shit, that's like... Oh shit! No, I had to fight! Bro! Oh my god, it's... Oh, this person again. Oh, it's this person, okay. Holy shit, their faces. Damn, bro. Oh my god, that's an upskirt. I took a cocaina and like we are having an upskirt moment, I guess. Holy shit, we touched.
We need to hurry.
This month's top gifter.
Please. Please make it stop. Stop me.
Who's this month's top gifter? Wait, actually, yeah, who is this month's top gifter? How are you doing, Nayeli? I'm gonna change this real quick. Because I don't know who is this month's, like, top gifter. Where is the thing that I need to... Hold on. Is it here or something? The moderation. No, viewer reward, I think. Is it viewer reward or... Guys, stop shaking. What the fuck? Hold on. The channel? What? I don't know what it is. Oh, wait. I can find it. I know where it is. There you go. Okay. Top gifter monthly. Okay, I changed it to monthly. How's that? Okay, who is my monthly Sis is my month, dude. My monthly gift subbers, sis. So I guess I can time sis out. Yeah, we're gonna time sis out for 10 minutes. I don't even know if sis is here. Sis is not here. There we go. Okay. So we got the timeout. Timeout, sis. I want there. Oh wait, no. Ooh, I don't even know how to spell his name. 1, 2, 1, 5 to 5, 600 seconds. There, I did it. I did it. There we go. Cause I don't get enough like gift subbers as you can tell. Smile. Haha. Anyways, yeah, I hope you're doing well. Shit, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll go to the bathroom and then I'll come back with this game. Okay, I'm back. You did it. You freaked it. What freaked it? The fuck does that mean? Kitty. Final night! Dude, we're almost at the end of the game, guys! We're almost at the end! Poggers! Dude, poggers! You're in the horse room? True. Oh, did I don't even know.
Who are you?
That's a white bitch! You want me to play that shit? What the fuck? She wants me to play that whatever fucking instrument that is. Just a regular koto. There's nothing special about it. Am I supposed to play something? I'll play the koto, you fucking idiot. You just play the koto like that. Easy. There's some old koto sheet music on the desk. I picked up the koto sheet music. It's an old song, but I think I can play it. See, easy. Do it, play it. Ding ding dong 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 dong. It's opened. Oh shit. We're about to make the fucking mirror as well. Oh shit. Go in. Go in, you fucking idiot. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm full. Hold on. Camera. Oh shit, a light. What the fuck? Honestly, that fucking hole is just where you shit or piss in there. This is where you take a shit or you take a piss in there, honestly. Oh, yo, what's up? Damn, I saw a face. Am I gonna fight someone? Oi! What the flying fuck, bro? Wait. I'm not on the right. I just realized something. I'm not on the right film. Oi! Where is it? I see it. It's very far away, but I can see it. Is it that thing? Wait, what? Yes, die, you stupid hit! I ain't gonna give you hit! You hit! No hit! When they ask for hit, and I give no hit. That's right, no hit indeed. Can I look in the hole? Can I look in the hole real quick? There we go, look in the hole, look at that hole. Oh hell yeah. I don't want to die. It just disintegrates. Like, oh, I don't want to die. Oh. You know what I like about Giant Cookie Jar? I like his heart emote or their heart emote. Cause you know who uses it a lot, very often? Fucking Gallus Weenie. Gallus Weenie uses the heart emote a lot. What the fuck? I'm on top of the fucking altar? Really? Really, I'm on top of the altar. Why is there a fucking obscura camera on top of the altar and the whole time? Tell me why ain't nothing but a heart. Look, there's a fucking obscura camera on top of the fucking railing, whatever it is called. Like, what the flying fuck? Who puts a camera up there? Just want fried chicken. Oh, see, now I want to eat fried chicken. Why don't you step away from the ledge? Shut the fuck up. Sometimes you just need to leave the cameras in the... Yeah. Okay. So I guess I'm supposed to go like way in front then. Hello? Oh. A ball. Oh shit. She's roped up. Oh, never mind. Oh, she disappeared, I guess. That's it. She's gone. I can't do anything about that anymore. Damn. Damn. What are those? Okay. Wait, what's this? There's a painting with frightful colors here. Could it mean something? Like, go in? Okay. Frightful colors? I guess it's like frightening. Scary colors. The strangling ritual will be held soon. The master and the priests are performing their ablution, and it looks like the whole family has gathered here at the mansion for the ritual. The mansion is usually so lonely, but for today anyway, it's bustling with life. Yellow is yellow. One of the priests was staring at me today. He looked so sad. I'm the rogue shrine maiden. I have a very important obligation to fulfill. But how can I perform my duty as the shrine maiden now, feeling the way I do? Now that I found out the true joy of living, and now that I've gone and gotten that poor man involved. Okay. Like, no one gives a fuck, bro. Oh, shit. Who the fuck uses sepia? That sounds like a shitty ass fucking color. Kyrie and Mafuyu. No, it's not him. Maybe it's the man she loved when she was alive. Oh god. I can see a backyard with a well. Only one window. The only connection to the world. While I was looking out the window today, I saw somebody walking in the garden. He didn't notice me. He was just walking around leisurely, gazing at the trees and hills. I saw him again today, walking in the garden. He saw me once, too. Be brave, face of sepia. Don't make the color sad. Oh no. And waved to me. I don't know why, but my face got hot and I ducked out of sight. When I told the chief priest about it, he was terribly surprised. He told me I wasn't to look out the window again for a while. Wow. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, don't fucking look out the window. If not, you're gonna get fucking horny. Nice. Great. That's your fault, man. Hello. Wait. Am I using the right one? I am not. I am using, like, a weird fucking film. Okay, there we go. Gonna use this film for a bit. Oh shit! There's a fucking guy! He's coming out of the mirror! What the fuck? Hey yo. Hey yo, what the fuck? Oh man, are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Run! Get out of here. Uba. Dude, it's the sepia colors, man. So I have the hairpin. Two prongs. What? Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? Should be laughing, petting my dog. No, I need to know what to do. Cause I don't know what to do. Like what? Oh shit! Camera! Dude, fuck. Yeah, baby. Yeah, camera. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Wait. There's a pedestal in front of the mummy. Reese's in a hairpin. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's save. Kitty. We'll take this away. No, you gotta spend the K's, man. You gotta spend the K's. If you're Brazilian, you just gotta spend the K's, man. You just go kick. Singaporeans laugh. Ah, that's it. Just go ah. Hello, what am I doing? What's that thing down there? Hold on. What's that thing up here? Oh shit. What's this? Herbal medicine. Okay, cool. Ah, yeah, you just go ah. Yo, all the men. Haha, you're so funny, yes. Boom! Boom! Also, I'm gonna do this. Don't worry, it's not your computer. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. It's not your computer. Yeah, okay, there we go. It's not your computer, guys. Alright. One more time. No. I'm not gonna do it one more time. Oi! Where's there another one? Oh shit, no, 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 photos, fuck me. Where is it? Dear Miku, I know it's weird, but I see you sometimes here in the mansion. I run after you, but I always end up losing sight on you of you. There must be some kind of warp in time here now. We'll probably never be able to find each other. Were you worried about me? Is that why you came? I hope you get this note. I need you to help me. The force behind the curse of Himuro Mansion is a woman named Kirie. She was sacrificed in the ritual. Her sad spirit was exposed to the malice that spilled out of hell when the calamity happened. Now she's a miserable creature that taints everything she comes into contact with. Apparently, I remind her of the man she was in love with, and I somehow just knew that when she touched me. I plan on going to see her now. If I don't, this mansion will keep right on claiming victims. Kirie laments her ill-fated life, but yeah, they're touching. At the same time, she also regrets not having been able to fulfill her duty as a shrine maiden. I saw the image of Kirie as a child. She was looking for somebody to help her other tortured self. Kirie is like a person divided in two. Miku, I want you to help Kirie if you can. You have to seal off the Hell Gate with the Holy Mirror. Okay. Dead! He's dead! That's it! Gone! Into the Shadow Realm you go! Boom! Boom, yeah! Boom! Yeah, yeah! Into the Shadow Realm. What the flying fuck is this? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Uh-oh, uh-oh, no, 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 no. Ooh. 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 Bro. I'm sure that's someone's fetish. Dude, they're gonna like fucking masturbate to this, like, yes, I'm gonna repeat this all over again. I'm just gonna die and repeat this thing all over. Oh, fuck me. Where's this thing? Hold on. Let's... Okay, I have a stone mirror, so I don't really need that. Oh! Damn, she's hot. I'm not gonna lie, she's hot. I wrote real scuffed as fuck. Who made that? I don't know. Japanese people. Look at that photo of her. Look. Damn, she's on the fucking floor. Would you want a girl that's on the floor like that? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Probably also when the ritual was done, a huge stone pedestal was stained red. Can I get out? No? Dang. I only like girls on the ceiling. Holy shit, that's even hot. Holy crap. You may just unlocked my new fetish. Girls on the ceiling. Oh my god, how many things are there right now? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Oh! Holy shit, that was frightening. Only like girl monsters with feet showing. True. How many points do I have? 12k. I need a little bit more points so I could actually get a few things. Oh shit. Oh, fuck me. Okay, wait, hold on. Which Mafu use notes? That's the question. I've been thinking about the camera Mom left us. I know it was Mom's and she left it to us when she died, but it used to belong to Grandma Mikoto. They said it was only the only thing Grandma brought with her when she was adopted by the Hinasaki family. Strike that from the record. In some documents I found here in the mansion, there were notes about a little girl named Mikoto, the same name as our grandmother, finding a camera with an uncanny power. And then I found out that Mikoto's mother, the folklorist's wife, died the very same way Mom did. Mom was no match for the ghostly power of that camera. It drove her mad, and she had to leave this world. Hey Masha. What if you were adopted by Japanese people? Konnichiwa. Ochinchin daisuke nandayo. There you go. Now that camera is the same one Mikoto's mother had, anyways. Wait. Hold on. She had to leave this one now. If that camera is the same old Mikoto, same one Mikoto's mother had. Anyway, I don't know all the specifics. But I'm pretty sure the camera is strongly connected to the curse on this mansion. Interesting. Yeah, I'm playing this on PS2, like my own hardware PS2, but I got this off my USB drive, because I can. I didn't buy the game. It's too expensive. The butts too. Whoa. Oh shit, the mirrors. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the mirrors, bro. What are you gonna do with the mirrors now? Oh shit, they're dead. They're on the floor dead. I just need one more though. Oh shit, hello brother! Oh sh- Mafuyo! What the fuck you doing? Are you holding the last mirror? What the fuck? Yo! Yo! Uh-oh. Killing the shrine maiden. Save her brother. And get out alive. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. The brother's gone then. What? So she ate the brother? Vor? What kind of vor is this? Bro. She ate the brother, bro. That's some weird ass fucking vor. Oh shit. What? Where's this? She's dead! Yeah, I killed her. That's it. She's done. Dead. Easy. Oh shit, the Obscura camera is fucking broken, bro. Oh, hello, Kitty. Are you gonna fix my camera? Oh wait, no, that's the last piece.
The last piece of the mirror.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Bro! Where's the last bit of the camera? There we go, yeah. Go! Put it in! That's what I tell, like, some hot chick. Put it in! There we go. Put it in. You have to be the one to butt it in. Whoa! Whoa!
Thank goodness.
Hello.
Don't forget your duty.
What duty? Oh, okay, just walk in there. Zooey Mama! Zooey Mama! We finished it. You don't forget your duty. I can't believe, like, you put the brother and her together.
My duty is to keep this gate closed.
Okay. Whoa. What? What the what? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Leave this gate to me. The rest of you, hurry and escape.
She's Jesus, man.
But what about you?
But instead of being crucified, she's just fucking
Or else it will happen again.
hang. She's Jesus, bro.
Don't worry about me. You must go.
She's better than Jesus.
Matthew, come on.
Miku,
And she's hot.
I must stay.
What?
Are you saying?
I think I can help her.
What do you mean, you dumb fuck? What, are you a simp? Bro! Simping in 2001?
Miku, you go on without me.
Bro! Bro! He's trying to simp in 2001!
The whole time Kyrie was guiding me, I could hear her screaming. Screaming for help. As the rope shrine maiden, she was destined to seal the gate. Yet she also wanted to be with the one she loved.
Huh?
But she couldn't have both. And was being torn apart by those two feelings,
What?
which resulted in the calamity.
So you volunteer yourself?
Spirit was touched by the malice, and she became a creature that wanted to make others suffer as she had.
So he volunteered!
Now free of the malice, she is about to fulfill her duty as the rope shrine maiden. Her soul must remain here, keeping this gate sealed off
What's he all
for
doing
all
this?
eternity. All alone.
Well, what about you?
Endless pain. As long as she is free of pain, as long as she is not left hopeless, I wish
No, no burst,
to
dude.
be by her side.
Guys, no. What?
Miku.
Matthew.
Is the house like fucked? Just eat each other's is fucking, I don't
Their souls are all
know,
going back to
fluids,
where
I
they
guess. That's how you hunger. Yeah, that's how you hunger. Eating each other's is fucking fluids.
Miku.
It helps.
I now realize why I was brought here,
No, you don't. No,
and I will accept this destiny of mine.
no, you don't.
Miku,
You're fucking here because you're a simp.
thank you for everything.
Are you fucking serious? You took some fucking random female over
Ever
your
since
sister?
That day, I stopped seeing things that other people don't see.
Okay. Nice that you took someone fucking nice that the person took someone like random over her sister, over his sister. I'm sorry. Choose the other. I like this programmer's name. Wannabe U16. Wonder who that person is. This game got a sequel. What a shit ending. Dude, the ending is just, yo, I'm just gonna like fucking find my brother, but then my brother's a fucking simp. Like literally is like, oh, my brother's a fucking simp. The moral of the story is that just be a simp. Guys, trust me, it will work out. Just be a simp. C ending. C rank, sorry, C ending. C rank. Battle mode. Battle mode! Sound test function. No, new costume? New costume? What the fuck? Wait, what? There's costumes in this game? I don't know. I don't know there's like other costumes as well. Wait, give me a sec. I want to see this other costume. Wait, story mode. There's a sound. Listen to the music used in the game. What? So, huh? Wait. Wow. 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 Okay. Regular game mode. Aside from the chapter of your choice. Multiple tracks. Yeah, there is multiple tracks in this game. Wait. Special? Hey yo? Special costume? Hey yo? What special costume do I get? I actually want to see the special costume before I actually go off. Oh man, I had to go through fucking Himuro! Oh man, I had to go through this fucking Mafuyu shit. Bro, I don't want to go through Mafuyu. Bro, can I not go through Mafuyu, please? God, do I really have to go through Mafuyu? I really had to go through Mafuyu. Okay, whatever. What's the costume? I actually want to know what the costume is. Where is the costume? What about battle? I'm not gonna do battle mode. Hold on, battle mode. Oh shit, you can actually change the costume. Okay, cool. Camera setting. Oh, shit. What the fuck? What? Is this still the guy though? Yeah, is this still the guy? Oh shit. Go. Ew. Ew, her costume doesn't look nice though. Like, I honestly like the other one. Look, I like the other one a lot more. She real good belly? Wait, hold on. I gotta kill this guy first. What the fuck are you doing? Mission clear. Okay. Sure. Okay. Nice costume, but yeah. Cool, I guess. cool costume. Anyways, yeah, that's Fatal Frame. Hold on. I see the special costumes on here instead. Yeah, dude. Is it just D's? Is it just D's? Wait, is this the one? No. Fuck. Is it Miku? Is it this one? Is it this one?
It's been 2 weeks since I last heard
Wait,
from my brother.
hold on. This one. What is this?
But he left a note.
Japan
that
default.
led me
Okay,
to
wait.
this place.
Special one. Clear the game once.
I felt as though something was calling me here.
Yeah, I don't like it. Nah, I don't like this. Okay, how about this one then?
Mafuyu.
She has that stockings, nice, but I don't like it as well. Oops. She's goth. Nah, I like the last outfit. I think the last outfit is pretty dank. I think the last outfit is like pretty dank. I like it. Okay, this game is cool. I like this game. I really wanna play Fatal Frame 2, you know, after this game. Hopefully I can try to get Fatal Frame 2, but you know, I'm gonna put the voting on the lead. I'm gonna put the voting on the Discord anyways. On like, yeah, Fatal Frame 2. I've never played Fatal Frame 2. I've never played any of the Fatal Frame series, or never finished off the Fatal Frame series other than 1 and 5 now. So I can totally play 2.
I wonder how
if I
long
can get
it's
it.
been
But also at the
since
same
my
time,
brother and I
game's
came
cool.
to
I like
see
it. I like the
things
game.
Other people
The more
can't
sexy
see.
it gets. I mean, Fatal Frame 5 already showed me how sexy the game is. So, yeah, I saw Fatal Frame 5 already, and that one is like pretty fucking hot. Not gonna lie. I'll show you. I'll show you what I have at the moment. So, because I'm using like my what? No. So, I want to try to get a few more games as well. If it's lower than 4 gigabytes. If it's higher than 4 gigabytes, I'm probably gonna play it on emulator anyways. I have Rule of Rose, so I want to try to actually play Rule of Rose, and also, I think Kuon as well. I think Kuon was one of the games that I need to actually play, and then Hunting Ground. So I'm only gonna be doing I'm only gonna try to put in console games for the next few games that I'll be playing in the next God knows how many days. Yeah. Anyways, hopefully the next games that I'm gonna be showcasing and stuff like that. I'm not showcasing, be playing on the for the first time is all like console games, because I really do want to play more console games in the meantime. Yeah. I just want to play a lot more console games in the meantime. And that's about it. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys whenever, I guess. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on Monday. I think it's on Monday. I think I'm gonna be streaming on Monday instead. I don't know about tomorrow. We'll see about tomorrow. Anyways, let me see who I can host. I think I know someone who I can host. I'm gonna host it out to Tali, because Tali's streaming and I don't think she's gonna be going off pretty soon. So I'm gonna host it out to Tali. Anyways, thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys on Monday, I think. Yeah, on Monday. Take care, love you, see you. Bye.